Welcome to our February 23rd, 2021 special city council meeting. It is 4:06 p.m. Meeting is now in session. Councilmember Tabatabai will be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Batabai.
Present.
Councilman Wu.
Here.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Here.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Present. So we will now move to oral communication. If anybody would like to address the council, please fill out a yellow speaker card and submit it to the Assistant City Clerk. Additionally, due to the current ongoing public health emergency, oral communications are now being accommodated via telephone request. Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have about 33, Mayor.
We have 33 total?
Total.
Okay. Due to the amount of public comments and giving everybody a chance to speak without them waiting so long on hold, council, do you mind if we limit it to 3 minutes as we've done in the past? For public comments. Yes? Do I need to do a roll call? A motion? City Attorney? No? Okay. So for public comments, it will be 3 minutes. This is public comment.
Our first speaker is Lisa Sauer, followed by Bill Cagle, followed by Elise Weinberg.
Hi, good evening. My name's Lisa Sauer. I'm a 23-year resident of West Covina here. What I would like to talk about is the city trying to develop its own health department. My main focus is how and why this is being pushed through so quickly. I recall one city meeting where an individual came to the podium to discuss it. What I don't see is a discussion or information meeting with the city residents as to why this is being pushed. Some of us feel it came about due to the restaurants not being able to open as a result of the pandemic. However, this pandemic isn't going to last that long. Is there something that we as the residents are missing? Was there a major health problem that we weren't aware of here in the city? And we're also wondering why this wasn't discussed at the last council meeting, because that council meeting went by pretty quickly, and I think there was more than enough time to have such a discussion at that time. Now we have a deadline of early March to make a decision. You can't blame us for feeling like we haven't even been heard. We voted you in because we trusted you. We had faith in your decision making. But this has not been a very good feeling, not just for me, but for a lot of other people that we have forums on your Facebook and all the other Facebook groups that we have, all those forums. Nobody is feeling comfortable about the way this is being pushed. We feel like there hasn't been discussion with the residents on this. I can recall when we had discussions with BKK, we had lots of information meetings. Everybody had good information to make their own decisions on this. But honestly, I don't think we've really had any discussion on this with the residents to feel comfortable as to why we're even doing this. There's got to be a good reason for it. There has to be, because why would you guys want to do it? But you just shouldn't be doing it so quickly. I think that's the main thing. We just kind of feel like we're kind of being kicked to the side and not being paid attention to. I think what would be a good idea is if we don't make your decision now, hold off on it. I'm sure there's got to be a good reason. But why can't we have discussions like we had in the past? Educate us. Let me know why we need our own health department. I don't want to think that it's just because our restaurants couldn't open up because of the pandemic, but that's all we see. So We're not saying yes, we're not saying no, but we just want information. We want to know why this is being done. So we're asking you, don't make a decision on going through with it right now. Let's discuss it. Work with us. We want to work with you guys. I think the one thing is that we're so tired of hearing such negative thoughts about the council and the city. Let's work together, guys, please.
Bill Cagle, followed by Elise Weinberg, followed by Giuseppe Mancuso.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, and members of the audience. I'm Bill Cagle, a 40-year resident, and I'm speaking tonight as a concerned resident of West Covina regarding the establishment of our own health department. I'm just curious why the possibility of establishing our own health department was not on the agenda at the last meeting or set for 7 p.m. tonight when more people could attend to express their thoughts. Have there been any other reports from staff on this matter? I remember on the meeting from January 19th, one councilman in particular had lots of questions. I have not heard any public discussion on the issue. Have you already made your decision and are having this meeting as a formality? Wouldn't it be good to hear the thoughts of residents on how our taxpayer dollars are being spent? With that being said, the council is having a special emergency meeting. What is the emergency and the rush? I would say we do have an emergency, and the emergency is working towards the financial health of our city. Currently, West Covina ranks as the 9th worst city in California in terms of financial health out of 450 cities. We all know that. The process of restoring financial health is going to take much time, resources, and energy. This council needs to be working towards new revenue-generating opportunities, such as bringing in new business to the city, as well as managing and staying within the current annual budget. We don't need to be spending more and creating a larger deficit. We can't even handle the long-term cost of our current staff. How can we afford an entirely new department? What are the people thinking that recently took a 10% pay cut? There are only 4 cities in California with their own public health department, and there must be good reason for that. Funding our own health department would be very costly. There must be a good reason only 4 cities in the state have their own health departments. Cities face substantial legal requirements in the state's health and safety code to be approved by the state's health department. Health officers and staff also face rigorous vetting. Assembling teams of trained professionals isn't very cheap. Experts caution that if we're going to do it, make sure you're ready and aren't doing it for the wrong reasons, like making a political point. The scope of such an emergency, even for a smaller city, is immense, quoting Lori Tremmel Freeman, Chief Executive Officer of the National Association of County and City Health Officials. I just don't think anything can happen very quickly, said Freeman, who noted that gathering the expertise, mounting the needed certifications, and scaling up the diversity of services provided by a health department is not easy in normal times, let alone during a pandemic. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos was quoted in San Gabriel Valley Tribune on January 20th, urging a cost-neutral plan. It's an important decision, he said. If this digs into our budget, we're not going to be in favor of it. The question is, how can this be done without digging into the budget? Lisa Derderian, spokeswoman for Pasadena, said starting a health department is a major undertaking. Pasadena established its own health department over 100 years ago.
Thank you.
Our own,
Is it?
am I done? Okay. Wow, that went by fast. Well, last I just want to say I'm against this for good reasons. Even the doctor in his comments stated it's going to take a lot of money.
Elise Weinberg, followed by Giuseppe Mancato, followed by Elsie Messman.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council. My name is Elise Weinberg, and as staff to LA County Supervisor Hilda L. Solis, who represents the 1st District, including the city of West Covina, Supervisor Solis asked that I read the following statement on her behalf. COVID-19 has devastated communities, including the residents of West Covina, of which 200 residents have died of COVID. That is why I leveraged all resources possible to address the pandemic. That's including setting up COVID-19 testing at Cameron Park, which was done at my direction. In fact, early on, I worked with Ultimed to stand up COVID-19 testing at their West Covina clinic. I also directed the Department of Public Health to immediately bring the COVID-19 vaccine to residents and staff of Bridge Creek Retirement Community. This was done quickly at my request and is part of my efforts to bring the vaccine to residents. My efforts have also ensured that East Valley Community Clinic has the supply to vaccinate West Covina residents, as well as standing up the Pomona Fairplex as a mass vaccination site, which has resulted in vaccinating many residents of this city. And beginning next week, West Covina School District, in partnership with the county and Pomona Valley Medical Center, will begin vaccinating their educators and staff. In fact, as of February 14th, already almost 14,500 or 17% of West Covina residents have been vaccinated when compared to the 12% rate countywide. I want to be clear, I will continue to ensure support and services for the residents of West Covina, even if some members of this City Council do not want to be part of this network of resources. That extends to environmental justice issues that West Covina residents endure. I share the concerns of West Covina residents over plans for future intensive development on or near the BKK landfill, located in the city of West Covina. A thorough environmental assessment is needed to ensure that such plans would not cause the harm and irreversible release of hazardous substances. I am committed to ensuring that even if West Covina establishes its own public health department. Public health issues cannot be viewed in a vacuum. The public health matters of one city's residents impact that of another. It's my hope that even if the state approves West Covina's ability to move forward with establishing its own health department, the city will recognize that it needs to partner with surrounding cities and communities to address current and future public health crises. Thank you. That includes the supervisor's statement. Thank you all.
Giuseppe Mancuso, followed by Elsie Messman, followed by Therese Garcia.
What's going on, guys? Can I take this off? Is that okay? I would have brought pizza. I didn't know we were going to do it at dinner time. But I just wanted to come up here as a small business owner, just give perspective of what we go through. I feel like for us to be lumped in with Los Angeles as a city, because we all are LA County, has done not so well for us. I mean, we've lost our patio twice. We've been opened in the dining room because we were good to go and spent $4,000 on plexiglass only to be closed a week later because of things happening in Los Angeles. I know the health department is going to cost a lot of money, and maybe it won't go for this pandemic, but I feel like something needs to be done. God forbid it never happens again, but if something like this does happen again, to where maybe the cities can govern themselves, and because our numbers in West Covina are nowhere near what it is in Los Angeles, and that's what they're basing all of our rules off of. I just think that we've all been through so much, and we're all fighting, and everybody's going to be on different sides. Everybody's going to be, it's too much money, and for us, we want our own health department to be governed just because we would have been open by now, I think. I mean, at least we wouldn't have lost the patio twice. I know for, like, the events that I've had that I've been shut down by the health department twice, and I could pretty much guarantee you both of my events that got shut down were safer than walking into any Target or any Walmart. It's rough for us, man. We fight every day. And I'm lucky enough to call most of the people in this room customers. I'm lucky enough to call most of you guys customers. And, we just need some help. And a lot of us didn't get PPP. A lot of us didn't get rent relief. And I watch all my friends close one by one. And I'm at the lakes, just kind of looking around what's supposed to be the heartbeat of West Covina, and we're abandoned. And so it might not be with this pandemic, but I do believe something should be done to help us. And this is the first step. You guys are showing all the small businesses that you guys do care. And, it's the first time in a while we've been heard. So, whatever you guys decide, we're with you all the way. But, God, I just wish there was some way to help us out a little bit. It's very sad walking into a shopping center and seeing empty buildings everywhere. It doesn't make people want to go there, And it's just, I hope we get it. I hope either way, we're here to support you guys, and we trust you guys, and that's why you guys are sitting there, and I'm standing on the other side of the plexiglass. But I just thank you guys for your support, and hopefully, this goes the way everybody wants it to. So thank you guys.
Elsie Messman, followed by Therese Garcia, followed by Douglas Booz.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Elsie Messman, a resident of West Covina. Last week you had a meeting and nothing on the agenda. And now you have to call a special meeting regarding creating a local health benefit, or health department. This has got to be a joke, as we are listed 9th worst. And I will repeat, we're the 9th worst facility healthy city out of 444 cities. And we're looking to add more debt to the city. The city has to put up collateral for the streets, put our streets, I should say, up for collateral. And we can't afford more police officers. The staff took a 10% cut, and yet you want to add more clerical staff, health officers and nursing staff, environmental health staff, and public health laboratory director. Just who do you think is going to pay for all this? Or where is the money going to come from? If you are thinking of taxing the residents, I think you better think again. There are other cities that can take the lead, and West Covina can follow. We have proven that we can't lead anything. I hope the council has common sense and does not approve this project now. Why don't we put it on a ballot and let the people of West Covina decide, not just 5 people on the council? Thank you.
Therese Garcia, followed by Douglas, followed by Bill Elliott.
Good afternoon. My name is Therese Garcia, and I'm speaking today as a concerned resident of West Covina. I am a local business owner who, like many others, is facing challenges in the middle of this pandemic. We have seen plummeting revenue at our business, been faced with constantly changing mandates and orders that require seemingly endless adaptations to operations. We are plagued by questions of how will we continue to pay our staff, our rent, how will we continue to operate? It's natural to want to pinpoint some source of blame. And it appears that the city has chosen the LA County Health Department for that role. Well, I'm here to question the proposed decision to terminate the relationship that West Covina has with the LA County Department of Public Health. The residents would like to hear detailed information about what precisely we actually gain from this and whether the city appreciates what we might lose from this. The proposed ordinance states that the City Council desires to maintain local control over public health issues and better serve the community. Can we talk about local control? Are we fully appreciating the extent of that local control? Are we prepared to undertake the enormous responsibility involved with local control fiscally and logistically? While local control might mean more flexibility for businesses and local activities, we will still be bound by numerous California statutes, regulations, and orders. West Covina won't be free to do whatever it chooses. For example, a local health department is required by state law to provide at a minimum the following basic services. And here it's in your staff agenda report, A through L, at a minimum, okay? Collection, tabulation, and analysis of all public health statistics, health education programs, communicable disease control, medical, nursing, education, and other services to promote maternal and child health, environmental health and sanitation services, and the list goes on. Are we prepared to completely reinvent the wheel when this already exists? Are we fiscally prepared to take on this responsibility? Are we logistically prepared? So, and what do we lose? Have we talked to the various stakeholders, the other community people that are going to be affected by this? What about the schools? They rely on these health education programs that are required by state law. Have we talked to the schools? Have we talked to the other, community members, the nonprofits, the other health businesses, the other people that are involved? Yes, I'm a local business owner. We care about our local business owners, but we also need to care about every other stakeholder in the community. What about people that rely on the public health centers for their public health, for their medical care? Are we considering them? What are they losing? Are we going to lose access to vaccines? What do we lose? And have we fully considered that? So I urge the council to consider all those things, to let us know. Have you fully addressed and vetted all of these issues? And what are you doing for all of us? Thank you.
Douglas, followed by Bill Elliott, followed by Gabriel Rodriguez.
Hello, Council. How are you guys doing? My name is Doug Four. I'm also a resident here in West Covina. My business partner also is a resident. We have 3 businesses here, Bun Street, Scoop Street, and Tamale Street. And we also, like I said, we live in the city. I don't know when the right time is to make our own health department, but something needs to be done. I have been bullied by LA County Health Department. I'm tired of LA County Health Department. When I was on the news on December 3rd, LA County Health Department, over the next 72 hours, came and harassed me and my employees 7 different times in 72 hours. At 9 o'clock at night, at 7 in the morning when we were opening, just because I said, hey, maybe local control is good. But they just decided to target me. One frustration is when we went to build one of our new buildings, West Covina signed off on our plans. LA County Health Department signed off on our plans. And then LA County Health Department decided they wanted the grease trap in the bathroom and not next to the dish machine. I had to tear up my brand new ground and cost thousands and delay the project to pay rent thousands of dollars to do it. If it was all in-house, and I don't know when that timing is, it would be so much easier to build business here in West Covina. We love the city. I love the city. We're not going anywhere. We want to build more restaurants and more businesses here in this city. You know, I don't know when the right time is for you guys, but LA County Health Department has just, it's hard. It's hard to do business. You know, they don't treat all of us the same, and that is the truth. And I've even asked them for a one-on-one meeting with them, and they refuse. They came in and fined me $500 one night because we had a DJ out front. I then did all the proper paperwork to try and turn that around and to try and get that fee reduced or fee waived. I followed their exact rules and just got a no answer. There's no reason, talk to me. We're communicate with us. There's zero communication with the health department, Also, just so you guys know, I pay about $5,000 for my 3 small places in health department fees every year. I am more than happy to pay that to the city, for if the city does do their health department fees. I'm just a small guy. BJ's is paying probably $20,000 a year in health department fees. So I'm not for it costing the city, and I think we could probably do it because they're all for profit with all those fees. I think it's going to take some work to do it, but I definitely believe that those fees could offset your guys' fees for the city. Thank you guys very much.
Sir, one quick thing, Madam Mayor, if I may. If you would bring us the the fine you received for the DJ.
100%.
Get that to us, please. I don't think that's under their purview, but I'd like to research that definitively.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you.
Bill Elliott, followed by Gabriel Rodriguez, followed by Peter Den.
Hello, City Council. I just wanted to echo what this gentleman just said. My heart really goes out to these business owners that are really suffering. Make sure everybody patronizes West Covina businesses that are still hanging on. But it makes me so angry when I see a taco stand, tables and a canopy and all of that set up in the parking lot of Denny's, who's trying to just survive this pandemic. And obviously these bullies at the LA County Department of Health want to crack the whip on everybody and have you just cower to their authority. And I'm going to fine you $500. You know how long it takes a restaurant to make $500 of take-home money? Long time. So I wish the city would do something about these taco vendors that are popping up. Man, they are really getting bold. They're on Nogales in front of the high school, and I know that's county area, but right across the street is West Covina. And it started as a taco stand, a canopy, a couple of tables, some butane, now it's about 7 different food trucks. And how is brick and mortar businesses paying taxes and permits and health department authority over them and all this, and none of that applies to them? And, that bothers me. I also want to just talk to, it's off topic tonight, but that's nothing new for me. But I just wanted to point out to everybody that the 18th state in the United States of America, Utah, the 18th.
Mayor, we need to stay on topic. It's a special meeting. We need to stay on topic.
Special meeting needs to be only.
I'm going to say it anyway. If Herman can scream and holler and cuss at everybody, I'm going to say it anyway. Mute the mic. You can hear me anyway. You're gonna take direction from the peanut gallery to mute my mic? Utah is the 18th state. Utah is the 18th state that passed constitutional carry. No permit required. If you're a law-abiding citizen, they trust you. West Covina needs to recall our MOU with the Sheriff's Department. I don't know what that's going to take. Maybe we need to have the chief come down here and give a report on the state of concealed carry in West Covina. We haven't had that since 3 chiefs ago. Skeletor came in here and told us nobody gets a concealed carry permit in West Covina since 1978. And the other guy, what's his name? The guy that got fired. Jack-booted thug. Doesn't want to issue any concealed carry permits, and he didn't. Let's get that back.
Done. Thank you.
Next time I'm going to add time for you interrupting me.
Gabriel Rodriguez, followed by Peter Den, followed by...
I'd like to make a point of privilege, Madam Mayor. Point of privilege. If we can maintain order and share to the audience that the people up on the dais, including city staff, need to be spoken with the same amount of respect that we're going to pay to the community. If you could make that announcement.
Yeah, City Attorney? 3 minutes, just, okay, for everybody else, please, let's stick with the subject matter at hand. And if they don't, if they have their 3 minutes, and if they don't stick, we could just stop it?
Madam Mayor, this is a special meeting, and we're supposed to stay on topic and to discuss what's on the agenda.
Okay.
You know, maybe you can mute their mic.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's being disruptive. Please stop. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Rodriguez, and I'd like to begin my public comment by acknowledging the land and the native peoples to whom this land belongs to as original caretakers. This land is the land of the Tongva
Can we
Nations.
stick with the
Let's
subject,
continue.
please?
So, my questions are, what is the actual timeline for for us leaving the LA County Health Department, forming our own, and then having this be fully operational in order to best deal with the COVID crisis that we are dealing with right now? How will the people be? And we talk about seeing the data about of West Covina's infection rate. How will we best be able to see that data so that way we can make sure that this city is staying transparent? How will West Covina afford to provide all the same services as LA County Public Health Department as was previously listed before? You're saying that we are planning to pay for this through our use of property taxes? Are we going to have to raise taxes in order for us to cover all of that? Or are you saying that we'll be able to take it through just the 31% of the 1% of the property taxes that we have? Then what happens if there's another outbreak of COVID-19 before we finish fully transferring from LA County Public Health to our West Covina Health Department? What happens then when we're not fully ready and we get another surge in case like we had in November and December? We talk about West Covina being having less transmissions rates than the rest of LA County and specifically Los Angeles. But if we had opened up in December, wouldn't that just make it so that way everyone else from all the other cities just flock to our city, spread COVID-19, and then eventually we will get to the same exact community spread rates as the other cities across the county? That just doesn't make sense to me. COVID-19 does not recognize borders, national, state, or local. Thank you for your time.
Peter Den, followed by Yusuf Arifin, followed by Angie Gillingham.
What's up, everybody? My name is Peter. If you don't recognize me, I bleached my hair. Let me know. All right. Also want to start off by saying that this is a very complicated situation. It's a nuanced situation. At the start of COVID, it seemed like there was a lot of community consensus on defeating the pandemic, but I understand how you as council members felt like you needed to protect your city, and that the conversation with county was one-sided. That's a fact. The federal government failed. We had statewide executive orders that hurt our finances and hurt businesses. That's a fact. However, it is also a fact that in entertaining this conversation, there needs to be precise and concise data to back it up, right? We don't have right now the actual cost of startup, let alone the cost of pensions, let alone the cost of personnel, let alone the cost of how much it takes to maintain this department. We don't have a presentation of what different decisions we as a city would make with LA County. The only decisions that I'm thinking right now that would be different is the business opening decisions, but what other decisions? Because the public health department doesn't only exist during a pandemic, it exists when a pandemic is gone. It takes care of public health when public health is here without a pandemic, right? And did we forget that conversation that we had in regards to switching to LA County Fire had no data as well? Right now, I kind of forgot about that. I'm like, what happened to that, right? Like, where's the data? Why are we not talking about that? And then it makes me think that either you have all the answers and you're not telling us, or another thing, which I might think is more believable, that you don't know the answers yourself, right? Like, when we come up here and we speak, and yet, like, there's no data shown, and yet, like, a week later, we forget about what we talked about the week before. It's kind of ridiculous, but we try to speak truth to power. But when we see that this power is evading truth, like, it makes us jaded, and maybe that's the point, right? Because we know that a lot of people work 9 to 5. People work until 5. Nevertheless, this meeting's at 4. We know that there's a multitude of questions that need to be asked. Nevertheless, the answers aren't going to be given, and the decision might be made. I don't understand that. But if there was a community consensus, a vote, if we went to households with a clipboard, we asked people what they thought of this, if this was on the ballot, I would be okay with it, regardless of the scenario, regardless of what I believe in my personal opinion about this, right? Because that's what we have to do. That's what we have to endure. I have to endure that facet of democracy when it doesn't go my way, because that's the way it works. Because if we don't, then you are going to do exactly to the community what you have been saying LA County has been doing to you. Lack of communication, feeling powerless as a city, one-sided conversations. That's exactly what is happening right now. We cannot fall under that hypocrisy. I believe that this situation is complicated. Yes, you probably did feel powerless when it came to LA County, but the people feel powerless when it comes to their council. We need to go through this process through a ballot. We need to go through this process democratically, and we need to elect leaders that trust us. We need to elect leaders that trust that they trust us, right? And if we don't, then we'll start electing leaders that do. So thank you.
Yusuf Arifin, followed by Angie Gilling, and followed by Chris Miller.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council members, City staff. My name is Yusuf Arifin. I'm 20 now. I'm a lifelong resident of West Covina, currently living in District 3. I've decided to come here today because I, along with many other residents of West Covina, are concerned about this resolution to terminate our relationship with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. There are many questions I wish to be answered, and I'm confused as to why these simple questions haven't been addressed at all before voting on this resolution. So after public comments, I anticipate a long and thoughtful discussion before you all make what seems to be a rash decision. My first question is, how much will this cost? To start it up, to staff, to maintain an entire local health department is a massive endeavor. Second is why. How can our hypothetical future public health officials come up with contradictory mandates brought down by the state and county public health officials? West Covina is not surrounded with walls. We are connected to the rest of LA County. My third question is, what are the risks? What do we residents stand to lose from terminating this relationship with LACDPH? What resources will we be cut from? My fourth question is, if you choose to vote to terminate, what is our backup plan? You've shown no thorough plan since the meager presentation by Dr. Vazantachart that a real and working health department is in the works. You've barely discussed any plans since. You could have easily done it at the last meeting, but here we are, on a Tuesday afternoon where a lot of residents don't have the same privilege I do to be here or call in because of work or other responsibilities? And finally, have you considered that if you realize that leaving was a mistake, do you know whether or not we can opt back in later? I mean, have you guys considered that? These are a few questions, and I have many more, and at the moment, I don't understand why these questions weren't answered earlier. My last and final point. You're going to find your voters at the ballot box come 2022 asking themselves why you chose to gamble our safety and our very few tax dollars for nothing short of a headline. Because let's be honest here, if you haven't answered these basic questions already, what makes you think that we think that something like this is even feasible in our current state as a city? Because our financial burdens don't predate COVID. Our financial burdens predate COVID, and they predate all of you. Don't make it worse. Answer these questions. Thank you very much.
Angie Gillingham, followed by Chris Miller, followed by Sherry Fisher.
Hello, Council. I'm kind of curious why the presentation by you didn't come first so that we can respond to the presentation, so I'll just say that. Mayor and Council, I'm here to oppose the idea of moving forward at this time to create our own health department. The numbers related to COVID and hospitalization are going down, and with more and more residents like myself who has been vaccinated at East Valley Center here in downtown West Covina, the numbers will continue to decline. I'm confused on why the need for an emergency meeting and the rush to stop services altogether with the County of LA Health Department. Under the umbrella exists many services that some of the residents are currently using today. That's not counting the homeless people who rely on the Department of Mental Health, which falls under that umbrella. Dr. Basil on January 9th, and I'm sorry, I could not pronounce his last name, at City Council meeting made two recommendations. One was try to work with the county to resolve the issues that this councilman, Wu, expressed on January 19th. Has that taken place? Dr. Basil also said this is a huge undertaking that would be that he thought would not be feasible until 2022. So less than 30 days we're giving notice to the county? Why has the subject not been discussed in public? Why would the residents not be given a chance to vote on this? Wouldn't the residents eventually be on the hook for more taxes to support this venture? I would ask the council to take more time to review this idea and listen to your residents who do not support this move at this time. Thank you.
Chris Miller, followed by Sherry Fisher, followed by, I'm having difficulty reading the writing, Cameron Saylor.
Chris Miller, 21-year resident. A lot of people brought up a lot of good points today. And one thing, I think of is the movie Cool Hand Luke. What we got here is a failure to communicate. I see what happens to Bread and Barley and, the actions against LA County against them. Yet, right up the street from me is a taco stand that no one, they're there every day. No one enforces. There's no hand washing facility. So why are there different standards? On the flip side, how can we run this? If we can't work with our unions for equitable, resolution to labor negotiations, how are we going to run another health department? Reality is we can't afford this right now, but we need something. Perhaps the attention should be focused on how to work together with LA County for fair treatment of our businesses. Because the other item is, if we're supposed to be starting a health department and not affect our budget, run neutrally, as Mr. Cassiano said, that means that residents and businesses are going to become turnips. Like with our alarm legislation to charge owners of false alarms and everything else to generate revenue. Is this another revenue generator that you're looking at? And the other flip side is BKK. If we're our own health department, does that mean that all the counties or all the county sign-offs are going to be by us? There has, if it's just purely business for businesses, for small businesses, it hasn't been communicated, what the scope of intent of the health department is. Perhaps there can be an arrangement and negotiation between LA County and us, because as a resident, I don't see what LA County is doing as fair. As a property tax owner, I don't see bringing on a new bureaucrat is fair to us. So let's just work together. Thank you.
Sherry Fisher, followed by Cameron Saylor, followed by Rachel.
Hello, Madam Mayor, council people, Sherry Fisher. I've lived in the community for longer than I want to admit. I run a business in the city of West Covina. I've had experiences with the LA County Health Department, professionally and privately, and I want to share an experience with you I had before the pandemic. I was in a local sandwich shop, enjoying a meal, and the health department walked in, pushed the door open, walked in the back, was aggressive to the business owner, who I did not know, and I thought, what the heck? And I sat there, didn't eat my sandwich, and watched the behavior. And I thought, who do they think they are? You guys would get an idea who they think they are. They think they're better than us. They think they don't have to serve us. They think that we're somewhere off in the East San Gabriel Valley. They've probably never even visited, besides sending an inspector. Through the pandemic, when you have COVID in your building, they come, they visit, they call. They're not helpful. They tell you what you need. They don't provide you any services to get it. They threaten to cite you if you don't get it done. I think West Covina deserves better, and if we're complaining about the services we're getting, if we don't do anything different, we're not going to see different results. Communication works, but not if the other party doesn't pick up the phone. I've had the pleasure of this city, and I've heard things like 90 million in funding. Don't know where that number comes from, but I know that we pay property taxes, and there's federal aid, and there's other monies. I just want to say thank you for even putting this out there. I'm not going to say if it's right or wrong the way it's being handled. I'm saying that we need to look at our future. We need to get through this pandemic, and praying has never been a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. A plan is a strategy. We need a plan to take us through the next pandemic. I think it was 1918 was our last pandemic. And I sat back in my chair the other day going, we haven't learned a damn thing in 100 years. Because this is worse than it was 100 years ago. So we need a plan. It needs to be laid out. But I think that, and I appreciate us looking forward. So thank you.
Cameron Saylor, followed by Rachel, followed by Dauncey Zenny.
Good afternoon, Council. Cameron Saylor, West Covina resident my entire life. I've been in this community since I was born in Lark Ellen Community Hospital over here, and love this community. I'm currently here to represent two different groups. Certainly the restaurants. I own Pizza Chalet, Buckboard Barbecue, and Covina. I understand this is kind of a cooperative potential effort going forward. And I'm here to represent youth sports. I manage the West Covina Dukes baseball program, Maverick Baseball Academy. I've been doing that for 30 years as well. What I got to say here is this big piece is what we need is a voice at the table for small business. We didn't get one. We haven't had one. Well, we fought, and I've certainly been a boisterous person out anywhere I can, trying to get people to pay attention and listen. Health department, I've been fined by the health department for a TV being down, which was by accident, but I followed the rules. I spent $40,000 building new patios, distancing, new equipment, rearranging the front of the restaurant, creating distancing for my employees, to be harassed, as the one gentleman said, by the health department. As actors of the state, I had at one point told them they needed a warrant to come back into my restaurant because they had exceeded their number of visits for the year, and they agreed and left. They didn't come back for a while. Somebody would complain that we were dining inside, but I had to have a place for my employees to eat according to regulations, and somebody would come in and harass us again. At one point, you're going to come in 14 times in 1 year, in a 9-month period. You're going to find something wrong. It happened to be our TVs were down that I spent on building a $30,000 patio. I didn't build a Tijuana taco stand outside with all these little tents and everything else outside. I built a nice patio for my customers to continue to have a little dignity, come in and dine. We put a patio in, we put drop-down TVs. We permitted the whole thing. We didn't just go through the temporary piece. I permitted it. We did it right, and that got shut down twice. My dining room shut down after spending tens of thousands there. But I could never get a voice to the table, and the voice of the table really meant was follow the science. We have a no science situation going on. The CDC came out last week and said there is no evidence of food being a spreader in the United States of America. The Los Angeles County Health Department, when they went to court, when Garagos went to court against them, he said, follow us, give us some proof. Cool couldn't produce it when she said she had 6 reports that said that it was a spreader. We were less than 3%. Government, 8%. Grocery stores, 35%. Fast food, of everything that was done in food, accounted for 90%. And they never had indoor or outdoor dining during this epidemic. It was all takeout. Yet the mom and pops didn't get a seat at the table. We didn't follow the science. And I'm almost done. And youth sports had the same situations. Youth sports, there is no evidence of spreading in youth sports. We were shut down, and those things went on and on. We need to have a seat at the table, whether it's our own health department or not. We have to be able to have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel, followed by Dauncey, followed by Jim Grivich.
Good evening, City Councils and Mayor. My name is Rachel. I'm the small business owner in the West Covina for 4 years. And I do have another restaurant in Pasadena. So right now we're talking about his own local health department. I think I have more evidence about that because I have a very clear comparison. One time we shut down the business in March 16, the first time, Pasadena shut down as well. And the second time we reopened the outdoor dining in September. And at that time, we worked with the city of Pasadena for 6-table outdoor dining. Guess what? We talked about that for like 2 months. They still not allowed us to have 6-table outside. But when we worked with the city, West Covina city, 2 days, we got the permit to open 12 tables outdoor. So because we don't have that 6-table outdoor in Pasadena, so when the LA County shut down the restaurant business again, even Pasadena allowed the business open, we still cannot open. That is the situation. You have the power and how you use the power. So the pandemic has happened already. I think right now is a time for the leader, for the residents, for the small business work together to review what we did wrong and what we're going to do next to protect us, not repeat the same fault. For example, until today, there is no example, no strong support numbers to show, the restaurant open, well spread out, more pandemic. No, there is no such number, right? But guess what? Millions and millions of people who work in the restaurant business, they cannot get work as a restaurant owner. I mean, a leadership say, okay, you shut down and you open is easy, 2 words. But for us, it's a lot of cost. Even for that 12-table outdoor, our restaurant, I believe the Dario, Council Dario know our restaurant. For that 12-table, we spent $20,000 more to build a tent, to put the plant, to move all the table outdoor, and we even, because we have 12 table, and we cannot get it back every evening, so we lost. We got stolen for 2 tables and 2 chairs. Every single detail means something. So a city succeed is everybody need to work together. As a small business, we are right now sink at the bottom, very, very bottom. Tony is asking me when your restaurant is open. I told him, no, I don't know, because I need to funding myself. I need to prepare. You don't know, open a restaurant. Before you open, you need to put thousands of money there. Thank you.
Dauncey, followed by Jim Grivich, followed by Steve Bennett. Perhaps I'm saying it wrong. First name D-O-N-C-Y, Dauncey, followed by Jim Grivich, followed by Steve Bennett. Give me 1 minute, please. Donaji.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Donaji, how are you? I'm a business owner in the city. Most of you guys, I know most of you. You guys know me. I understand the city, the residents. They're concerned about where the money's coming from, and maybe, like they say, we should probably have a little more information. But I do agree that we do have to have our own health department. My office is at the West Covina Mall. It's been shut down. The rent keeps on going, and it's not cheap. So a lot of us had to shut down. We had to shut down because it was closed. But a lot of people literally left because they cannot afford it. I do think that our needs get diluted, for the lack of a better word, when it comes to the county. Because we are a small, tiny, itty-bitty city outside of the scope of LA. I'm not sure why we don't get the help that we have to get, but I do believe that if we, it's going to take a lot. It's a large undertaking, but I do think that if we can get it done, it's going to be very beneficial for the city. The business owners, we pay taxes, and we're happy to do it. I've owned businesses in different cities, excuse me. And this is the only city that I actually have been able to get more done, because I've always been able to come here and talk to different people, that I need a permit, the fire department, and they've always helped me. And that's why I've stayed in West Covina, and I'm planning on staying here for a long, long time. So I do hope that we can make it work, and I hope that we can get it done. And maybe we just do need a little bit more information of how we're going to get that done, so that we are aware of what's going to cost and how are we going to get it done. But I'm all for it. If we can get it done, then by all means. Have a good day, guys. Bye.
Jim Grivich, followed by Steve Bennett, followed by Jerry Patches.
Good evening. I have 2 points of view on this particular issue. One is that it's premature to adopt this resolution tonight. The reason why has already been stated. There's actually been no fiscal analysis done. You don't know how much it's going to cost. You don't know the actual detailed requirements to do it or how long it's going to take. I've been involved with doing things in government for the first time, and any time you try to do that, it takes forever. I think you have plenty of time. There's no hurry. My primary objection is the fact that there is no fiscal analysis. It's been stated several times. You don't have the money to do this, and you don't. And it also is very disturbing that this is being done contrary to the state auditor's recommendation. and I've already said this before, but I'm going to keep repeating it as long as it keeps happening. The city's management has failed to perform sufficient analysis when making important financial decisions. As far as I can tell, there was no analysis done on this. Not even, it's way below sufficient. I think it's totally unacceptable to proceed with anything like this without detailed analysis. That's one side of the story. Don't do it now. But I think a longer run project is really worthwhile considering. For a great deal of my career, I was involved with working with people in the county government. And everybody that said things like they're oppressive, they're dictatorial, they're nasty, it's all true. And it really doesn't matter what department you're talking about. They're talking about health now. I don't care. I actually think there's a possible project here, much more grand than just dealing with the health department. Because this situation affects, I think, a lot of cities in the San Gabriel Valley. This valley has been put down by the County of Los Angeles forever. I remember a big battle that went on with Mike Antonovich. He was once our county supervisor, trying to get light rail into the San Gabriel Valley. LA County could care less. They weren't interested. And that's just one, but I can recite 15, 20 stories like that. He went to the legislature to get it to happen. There's an avenue. The legislature. There's quite a few representatives in the San Gabriel Valley. Hilda Solis. Why are you guys being dictators? Why are you being oppressive? Why are you being so nasty?
Steve Bennett, followed by Jerry Pachas, followed by Peggy Martinez.
Thanks, Mark. All right. Man, I feel like I'm back in school doing my work in an enclosed bin. First of all, good afternoon to you guys. I never really get to say good afternoon because most meetings are in the evening, and not a special meeting, of course. I got a couple things to talk about. I'm not going to rehash a lot of the stuff, but I do think that it's important for people to understand that the street vendor thing, that's a state legislature thing. They passed the rule saying we have to allow them. We can set up areas where they can be, and we can set up certain guidelines. As a city, we can do that already. We don't need the county. But that has nothing to do with LA County Health, and it has nothing to do with West Covina, regardless if we set up our own health department. So those street vendors, if you want change, you better talk to your legislators. Time to call Blanca Rubio, Susan Rubio, and some of the others, and let's start lobbying for that change. Because I agree. I think the rules are different, depending on who you are. And I agree with Cam Saylor. I've known Cam's business for a long time. I frequent Buckboard Barbecue and some of the other ones, Pizza Chalet, the Dukes. My son played youth baseball. I'm very familiar with that whole program, and he's right. It's unfair. And he got blasted for some of the things, which I actually supported your staying open, by the way. Been there several times. Bun Street, same thing. This ain't about the businesses. We don't have the authority to overrule a state ruling. December 9th, the governor set that ruling. What would this change? The answer is nothing. The state set that rule. LA County couldn't overdo it. LA County actually lost in court because of what Cam actually brought up. They were going to have to open restaurants, but during that same time, the governor set his mandate, which superseded that, and therefore that ruling at the time was pointless. Now it's good because now they can open up because the governor's allowing things to open. Look, I agree all the numbers are terrible. All the stuff's terrible. I support local control. Mr. Grivich is probably one of the best financial minds in our city. And he comes up here every 2 weeks, in this case every week, and he talks to you about money and how we don't have it. And unless you've sat down with him and really understood his analysis, I'm going to tell you right now, his analysis is better than our current financial director. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. You can disagree or not, but he finds things she doesn't even know about half the time. So I'm going to tell you right now, that's the first thing I would be looking at. Second thing, and I'm going to make this hopefully quick, is this is terribly planned. We heard from a possible guy about 2 weeks ago. You had an agenda last meeting that was anemic, and now all of a sudden it's a rush. This May 1st deadline or March 1st deadline is March 1st every year. There's no emergency. You're trying to generate an emergency, but it's actually every March 1st you can choose to get away from it. That's the way it works. Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Jerry Patras, followed by Peggy Martinez, followed by Teresa Kozad.
Good evening. I'm not going to repeat everything people said. I think you have a flawed, super flawed process going. At the January 19th meeting, one of the councilmen interrupted the council member who was talking to tell us why this was being done. I transcribed it of what was said. And one of the reasons was because of we didn't have a vaccination clinic. This is a very small data point, the population number. And if you can't get West Covina's population correct, how are we supposed to understand what the rest of this rollout that you're trying to do, this knee-jerk thing? We have a councilman who repeatedly says West Covina's 120,000 population, and we're a large city and gives us other cities that we're comparable. We are not that large. I've given you one piece of paper transcribing what the councilman said. The cities that councilman uses as examples in his remarks. I've also given you a chart because I really am tired of 120,000 when we are not 120,000, and you're trying to inflate our size so you can do things. We're ranging according to legitimate sources, and I even use some Wikipedia, which I don't consider that legitimate. I mean, it's helpful, but it's not as accurate. From 105,000 and some to 112,890,000. We are not that big. You're inflating it so you can just do politics or something. Please, if we can't get our own population numbers in the ballpark, how can we trust anything you're saying? That's just a little data point that they teach in elementary school. If there are actually problems, and I do believe there are with business, that's a different issue. Create an ombudsman. Work with the Solisa's office. Get a task force. Work with it. Work with them on getting areas and stuff. Steve's right. A lot of this is the governor. But please do a better rollout. This is an F. Thank you.
Peggy Martinez, followed by Teresa Kozad, followed by Frederick Sykes.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here today to voice my concerns over developing our own health department. Okay? I'm coming through this as one, fiscally, we don't have the money. We've already spent money we don't have in previous things, and now we're going to spend money again. And it's not a little bit amount of money, it's a lot of money. And I've been listening to a lot of people, speak here today and businesses. And the residents of West Covina, nobody feels worse about our businesses than the residents. I have eaten out more during this pandemic than I've ever eaten out before. I just discovered Scoop Street. I've lived in West Covina for 38 years. And man, their ice cream sandwich, delicious, okay? Eaten there twice, or ordered out there twice. So I feel like the residents are trying to really support the businesses of West Covina, but the problem is this is just way too much money. And people talk about the pandemic. You know, it's not just about the numbers that are in your city of people who have it. And we've had residents, even business owners, who have died from this virus. I'm a registered nurse. Coming from the point of a registered nurse, it's about hospital capacity, ICU capacity. You know, nurses struggling to take care of patients, having room in your hospital to support patients. And so you can't just look at it at how many people in West Covina have COVID. You have to look at the whole picture because they really count how many hospital beds and ICU beds are available, okay? So I am really against this, and it's frustrating to me, seriously frustrating to me, that we cannot put this on a ballot and let people vote. Thank you, Councilman Tabatabai, for posting this, because I wouldn't even have known about it, except I saw his post on Facebook. You know, this is not a way. We are, and I tried to prepare for this, but, I didn't have a lot of time. I read an article where you were in, Councilman Wu, talking about how there was a select group, including business people, who were concerned about their businesses and therefore thought this might be a good idea. And it seemed like you supported it, okay? But that's a select group. We're a city of 100,000 people. You work for everybody, not a select group of people, okay? You work for me too, and I should have a voice. We should all have a voice. So if this is something that you really feel our city needs, then it should be on a ballot, and we should vote on it. Not be, I had to really work hard to get to this meeting today, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'll be honest with you, I felt like it was intentionally put at 4 o'clock. You can shake your head, Councilman Wu, all you want.
Thank you.
That's how we feel. That's how we, the people, feel, that it was put at 4 o'clock
Thank you.
so that we couldn't come. And you're just wishing by, just like you did with the 12% raise. And then
We heard you. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I understand.
I know.
But this is something that needs to be said because raising
We have to
taxes,
keep. We have to
even
keep
raising
order.
sale tax-
Decorum. I understand.
You know,
we need to allow the
go
others to
our
speak, too.
businesses, and then that's tax.
Thank you.
Yes. So please, please do not do this. This is
Can
not
we have the next one, please?
something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Kozad, followed by Frederick Sykes, followed by Davis.
Good afternoon. I was not going to speak today because I'm just tired of being in front of the council. But the reason I'm here is for everyone who can't come, like the young woman who was just before you. And like her, there are thousands of people in our city that either can't come because they're working to put food on their table and to pay their rent or to pay their mortgage, or they didn't come because they don't even know there's a meeting. So you need to get the word out. This is not correct. This is not okay. So I'm not Teresa Kozad talking to you. I am all the other residents in West Covina that couldn't be. And this is short and sweet. Today, as I was reading, I came across something that I'd like to remind you of. Egotistical views must be surrendered for the greater good. I would like you to think about the greater good of all the residents of West Covina, not just your egos.
Frederick Sykes, followed by Muntu Davis, followed by JD.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, members of the staff, and members of the audience. I'm Frederick Sykes, 42-year resident of this city, retired LA County Deputy Sheriff, and also former mayor of this city. First of all, to all my neighbors who came out today, they've been excellent, and thank you for taking the time away from your family to come out and speak on this issue. LA County has not failed our city, and as you can see, by her representative being here today, Supervisor Solis has our back, and the question needs to be asked, why the duplication? The neighbors have pretty much covered almost every aspect of this issue, so I would like to revisit July 2020, because somehow the City Council seems to have forgotten what happened in July 2020. We avoided bankruptcy by doing a lease revenue bond scheme, whereby the city is leasing back the streets for $205 million that paid for the unfunded pension debt and to keep us in a position of being able to provide municipal services. Also, with that payment plan, each year that payment will increase, and the residents will be paying that until 2045. And if CalPERS underperforms, then the city has to pay more to fill in the lost revenues. Our financial risk is way too high already at this point. And you've heard the various speakers speak about the health cost and the tremendous amount of cost it's going to take to put this health department here at our control. So I would ask you to please think hard about what you're about to do. The debt is already so far down, our kids, our grandkids will be paying it. And now you're going to heap on an even greater debt with more departments that we need to try to control. I don't think this is a wise move. Thank you.
Moontu Davis, followed by J.D., followed by Brian Gutierrez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am Dr. Muntu Davis. I'm with the Los Angeles County Public Health Department. I am the county health officer. I just wanted to provide some comment regarding your decision to consider the agreement between the county and the city of West Covina, which has been in place for a number of years at no cost. Although it is well within the city's jurisdiction and to create its own health department, our department is not aware of any planning or coordination with the city for this drastic change. We're concerned that even if the city has made plans to create and operationalize the infrastructure necessary to run an effective health department, there are significant hurdles to ensuring the protection of the health of the city's residents. Like many other public health jurisdictions recognized by the State Health Department, and Vernon is actually not one of them, the city of Berkeley, the city of Pasadena, and the city of Long Beach, those are the ones that are appointed and or are acknowledged by the State Health Department. The city will need to appoint its own health officer, which needs to be a physician, as well as provide the infrastructure to operate a local health jurisdiction. Those are listed within your ordinance under Title 17 of the Code of Regulations, Section 1276. In its agreements with cities like West Covina, Public Health provides all of the required services of a local health jurisdiction in those cities at no cost. Per state law, once appointed, a city health officer must enforce and observe all orders, quarantine, and other regulations Public Health prescribed by the state public health officer. We are an extension of the state public health officer. We cannot be less restrictive or cannot be less restrictive than what they order. During the past year, while acting as the city's health officer, we have, in terms of our communicable disease unit and outbreak management bureau, investigated 45 COVID outbreaks within the city to ensure isolation and quarantine measures are implemented, as well as testing was conducted and all infection control guidance was implemented. Further, the Public Health's Environmental Health Division has conducted 660 related inspections for COVID compliance in terms of the infection control requirements. This does not include over 500 routine inspections of permitted businesses, along with mandated services and programs, which include food, housing and institutions, land development, milk and dairy products, public pools, waste management, water supply, body art, and other services and programs as required by state or local laws. Should this council elect to create its own city health department, public health will be ready to work with the city to transfer all of the duties of a local public health jurisdiction. Until that transition is complete and the city's health department is recognized by the state as a local public health jurisdiction, we will continue to serve this council and the residents of West Covina in its current capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
JD, followed by Brian Gutierrez, followed by Robert Torres.
Good evening. Jefferson DeRue, resident and homeowner in West Covina. What I came up to say has been said times 5. I won't repeat it. But I do want to address those business owners that are here tonight. I want to let them know that we residents feel their disappointment, their frustration, and their anger. But we are their customers. And we're here tonight not to oppose something that will help them recover from the suffering that they've gone through, because this is not the answer. As that first small business speaker came up and admitted, this probably will not be a solution for them in this current pandemic. Many things have gone through this council in this fashion, and I think it's wrong-headed because it doesn't, as another business owner said, bring us to the table. We don't have a seat at the table as residents, as the small business do not. And that's a mistake from our current city council. Something that jumped out at me on the presentation that Mr. Tabatabai posted was that the good doctor used 3 examples, 3 health departments. Well, he cited 3, but he used 2. And the one that he left out is the one that most represents us, I believe. I may be mistaken, and I apologize if I'm wrong. But the ones that he used to accentuate the greatness of having our own health department have been in place for a century. Pasadena, Long Beach. But he mentioned one with a population, I believe, of 120,000. That's similar. But he chose to not elaborate. So I hope tonight when he comes up here, he points out those differences. Because I'm really interested. I mean, this is not a bad idea. It's just wrong time. Totally the wrong time for it. Thank you for listening.
Brian Gutierrez, followed by Robert Torres, followed by Carlos.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Brian Gutierrez, and I believe the main issue here has always been is that why did LA County Health Director Barbara Ferrer override a state order and went further to harm businesses in Los Angeles County? That is the issue. The issue is that the city, that Councilmember Rue has led the effort, and his colleagues have led the effort in ensuring accountability in Los Angeles County, and it's most especially for the residents of West Covina. I want to be clear, and most especially to our residents watching at home and who are here today. The false numbers you saw online being presented by Councilmember Brian Tabatabai are false and misleading. It's not going to cost the city of West Covina $90 million because there's no evidence to back your statements. You stated a staff told you that number. That's inaccurate because you're not including federal or state funds and county funds that will come with the city developing a health department. And so I will urge Councilmember Tabatabai to stop spreading false numbers online. As an educator, as a teacher, and as a coach, you lying to the residents of West Covina is misleading, and most especially lying to minors. the same miners you use to spy on my residents and my camera system picking up James Toma
Can we please
telling
stick
those
to
youngsters
the
to leave and run
topic, please?
does not mean, and most especially to the residents, if the council votes to eliminate this agreement, I think it creates a bigger awareness to ensure that the county works with the city to make a better plan. Because at the end of the day, just because the city leaves today doesn't mean the city can go back if it chooses. So there's no ultimatum saying that the city can go back. And most especially, some of the other misinformation that was spread online was that somehow this will affect residents' health care. That's false and misleading. The LA County Health Department does not regulate people's health care insurances. The LA County Health Department is the health department when it comes to the safety at restaurants and different aspects of the health code, not health insurances. And so I urge the majority of this city council to make the right decision by terminating this agreement, because terminating this agreement will create an opening and a door wide open by Hilo Solis to work with the city to develop a better plan. I know her field rep may be here today, but why isn't Supervisor Solis here addressing this council? So at the end of the day, the people of West Covina is what matters. Thank you.
Robert Torres, followed by Carlos.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Public health is an issue I'm passionate about. I'm also passionate about community engagement. So for these reasons, I'm here before you today opposed to terminating LA County Public Health Services. Decisions on public health impact a wide array of people, communities, and institutions. Individuals with disabilities, disadvantaged neighborhoods, schools, and those are some that come to mind. However, these groups and many other groups are yet to be welcomed into the public discussion regarding terminating county health services. The lack of public outreach alone concerns me deeply. One of the main reasons we are here today is because of the frustration we had with the lack of communication with the county. So we need to realize that we're practicing the very communication we're frustrated with by rushing this item. We need to recognize that there is currently the lack of two-way communication, and also the last-minute nature of this meeting is a prime example. So it's imperative that we conduct comprehensive community outreach before we make any major decisions regarding public health. I ask you to please put this matter on hold until you have a thorough public discussion with all stakeholders. Some of the questions that will likely come up or include will be how the services will be affected, how county services will be affected, how will they change when it becomes West Covina, how are schools impacted. I'm not really sure if that's been looked at any level, at the staff level, at the council level, if any analysis has done as how the schools will be impacted. Are residents currently satisfied with current county health services? I know there was a lot of frustration with restaurant owners as far as the inspection portion of it, but have you reached out to residents and got their input? So again, I'm a big proponent of community engagement. I'm not necessarily opposed to it completely, but I would say hold off at least for a year and then let us engage, have meetings, whether they're online, Zoom, and get input from all stakeholders. Because I understand the frustration, but I don't agree with the knee-jerk reaction where we're trying to solve a problem quickly with a major change. There's also questions about legal exposure. So who knows how much the county health department gets sued? Are we going to put ourselves in more legal exposure? So there's a lot of questions. So again, I appeal you to please hold off on terminating the county health services until appropriate outreach, research, and analysis is conducted. Thank you for listening.
Carlos. And after Carlos, Mayor, we're going to go to our phone after Carlos.
Hello, I'm Carlos Roman. I own Bread and Barley. I'm coming to you guys from a business standpoint. I know I'm your neighbor, but I'm hoping that your decision and your leadership can kind of bleed over and somehow help me out as well. As a business owner, I get to deal with the health department now in this pandemic just about daily. Prior to that, consistently 4 or 5 times a year. What I've seen in this current climate is that they don't have us as business owners in their best interest, in our best interest in their mind. It's a one-size-fits-all for these types of departments that are this large, that are looking at a county as large as Los Angeles, that are looking at a huge spectrum of businesses, but I feel that a local government has more control over actually looking at their residents, their businesses, and how they can benefit us as businesses and work with us as part of the community, whereas health, honestly, they're trying to cram us all into one category. Every business is different. Every food business is different. There's food businesses that are set up to be profit centers as a drive in, drive out, get your food, go, and they're doing very well. There are other food businesses that are set up as environments that are attractions that people need to come and hang out and experience the environment. And without that environment, we fail. They try to cram us into that one-size-fits-all again. Well, you can do takeout, so no big deal. It is a big deal. A business like mine can't survive on takeout. A business like mine has tight margins even in the best of times. We're running very tight margins. We have gourmet food. We have high-quality beverages. It's not something that you just try to throw in a box and send someone on their way with. And so this has gotten really difficult for us to deal with. And what I've seen is that there isn't anyone on the county level that really gives a damn about it at all. And they're not going to listen. They're not going to hear us. But on the city level, at least we have local leaders from the city that are going to look, pay attention, respond to, and understand the needs of their businesses. And that's very important to me because there is no voice for us as business owners. There's no one to turn to. I've called supervisors. I've called the regional supervisor and then their supervisor and their supervisor, and I get the same story. It's all, well, that's my job. I got to follow my orders. Well, that's my job. I got to follow my orders. And some of these things are ridiculous. They're imposing rules on us as businesses that cause it to where we really can't make any money as a restaurant, especially as a sit-down full-service restaurant. It's just not possible. And now they're putting 8 feet between tables. They're doing things that are making it so that it's not profitable anymore. And they're not proposing any solutions. They're not proposing any workarounds. I see things like this, this box here. They're not asking, for solutions. They're just coming in with an iron fist and saying, here, do it, put up with it, do what we say. If not, we're going to close you. So I'm asking you guys to take that leadership role and do it. Let's not talk about it. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Brian Jobes, followed by James Toma, followed by Minerva Avila. Mr. Jobes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon or good evening. I'm Brian Jobes, a 32-year resident of West Covina. The state auditor report recently ranked our city as nearly worst off in the state, and that is quite relevant to the current discussion. The following statements come directly from the state auditor's report about the city of West Covina. City's financial condition is rapidly deteriorating. Makes decisions based on insufficient financial analysis. Unable to quantify financial consequences. West Covina continues to be at risk for not being able to adequately provide basic public services in the near future. The LA County Health Department is far from perfect. But based on the state audit, any notion that you will do a better job, frankly, is ridiculous. This weekend, I re-listened to the January 19th City Council meeting in which the new regional health department was discussed. Mr. Wu indicated in that video, quote, all other surrounding cities that I talked to, everybody wants to join in the new regional health department. Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, which cities are giving notice to leave LA County Health Department besides the city of West Covina? During the January 19th City Council meeting, Mr. Wu, Mr. Castellanos, And Dr. Basil, the city's medical consultant, West Covina's medical consultant, said repeatedly, we have real communications problems with the LA County Health Department. We just don't communicate. Then fix that problem. Don't create more city bureaucracy that we don't need, can't afford, and don't want. When your faucet breaks, you fix the faucet. You don't move to a new house. Please, fix your communications problems with the LA County Health Department. Thank you.
James Toma, if you could unmute, followed by Minerva, followed by John Shoemaker.
Good afternoon. This is James Toma. I'm a resident, a former council member and mayor. It's clear from the written report that the city isn't prepared to make this decision today. There's no description of the services the city will provide, how it will provide them, and by when. And there's no discussion of the number of employees that will be required, and not a single word about how the city is going to finance its own health department. So first, on planning regarding the services that the city health department is prepared to provide, according to law, a health department has to perform the duties imposed by the statutes of the state and the regulations of the Department of Health Services. Those statutes and regulations aren't all listed here. The report does copy one regulation which states the basic services a local health department must provide, but doesn't really give a description what they mean in the real world. For example, it talks about collection of public health statistics, provision of medical, nursing, and educational services, environmental health and sanitation services as required by law and approved by the State Department of Health concerning food, housing, radiological health, water recreation. It's supposed to provide lab services, nutrition services, nursing services, and all kinds of services that are listed here. And there's no description what the city can provide or how it will provide them. The second thing, there's no analysis about the resources and personnel that would be required for the city to provide any of these services. So one city mentioned in the city report says that it has 121,000 residents, and that city has 246 full-time employees in its health department. So how many employees will be necessary to hire in West Covina? There's no number and no description of the resources and personnel that the city must have to provide any of these required services. And then again, lastly, how will the city pay for this? And that's the biggest question that a number of residents have asked. How's the city going to finance this? You've already rented out the city streets. So what services will the city not provide if we're going to spend millions of dollars on a new health department? How's that going to impact other city services that you say that you want? The budgets of these other city health departments are in the millions of dollars. So where's that money going to come from? Taxes, fees, grants? There isn't a single word in the entire staff report that discusses the financing. Do you really not have any idea how this would work in terms of the financing? So just don't play politics with this decision. The health and safety of your residents, your business owners, and their employees all depend on your making decisions that are well thought through. If you can't answer the questions that the residents have been asking, please vote no.
Minerva Avila, followed by John Shoemaker, followed by Shahard. Go ahead, Minerva.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Minerva Avila, West Covina resident. First, I do want to ask, some people have mentioned it, I want to reiterate and ask the question, why is this meeting scheduled so early? One would think that you're trying to prevent residents from speaking before you. I believe the last time I attended a special council meeting was back in April of 2019, and it was also scheduled at an awkward and inconvenient time, 8 p.m. I had to take my children in their pajamas to that meeting so that I could speak in favor of our police chief, whom 3 of you fired. It seems you schedule meetings at an awkward and inconvenient time when you don't want to hear from residents. So moving on to the scope of work of the LA County Department of Public Health. It's vast. The department is responsible for birth, death certificates, clinics, community health services beyond the scope of immunizations, special programs with schools, and lots of inspections. I don't think West Covina can handle that. We have problems with our own West Covina Code Enforcement Department. You've certainly witnessed residents come before you to express their frustration. LA County Department of Public Health inspects homes for the elderly or disabled, such as assisted living and residential care facilities for maintenance and sanitation issues. Other inspections include restaurants, as mentioned, food markets, apartment buildings, condominiums, swimming pools, massage establishments, and food trucks. The department is also, quote, responsible for the enforcement of public health laws pertaining to hotels. Hotels. So this brings me to an important point here that I find very interesting. If a hotel is built on the BKK landfill, we're to trust the city to inspect it, the hotel itself, its swimming pools? I may now see the motivation for the rush. Given the secrecy, the lack of transparency about anything related to the development at BKK, I wonder if there's a connection with the rush to create a West Covina Health Department and the development at BKK. If you seriously care about public health, let's talk about the development at BKK. One of you stated that the production of landfill gas is drawing to a close at BKK. Not according to experts. The landfill gas monitoring probes are being replaced precisely because BKK will continue to produce landfill gas with no end in sight. What is going on at BKK? Has that land been sold? If we are to trust you, so we are supposed to trust that you will have our public health in mind in monitoring and inspecting a hotel up there. I seriously doubt it. This is so bad that the West Covina Unified School District submitted a 3-page letter of opposition to the city for this move. Did you communicate before today with other school districts that serve the city?
Thank you.
Do your homework. I believe this move tonight is rushed and
Minerva.
politically motivated.
Thank you.
Perhaps personal for some of you. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Shoemaker, followed by Shahard, followed by Andrea.
A lot of people have been speaking tonight about the various issues related to this. In my mind, the biggest issue is you can't answer any of the questions. Staff can't answer any of the questions. Nobody can answer any of the questions because they haven't been asked and they haven't been researched. Let me go back over the history of our city when it comes to these big projects. Remember the mistake by the lakes where we were going to spend $20 million for a 10 by 160-foot piece of grass? It took a long time for everybody to realize that it was $20 million for a 10 by 160-foot piece of grass. You know, we've moved to privatize our maintenance areas. And we found, and nobody's ever been able to come up and go, look at the money we saved. Matter of fact, in some cases, they'll start to bring things back because they found that it did not do it. You continue to go along these lines with staff who is lazy, that can't do the basics that our city needs to do. Where's the 2020 financial reports? They're not online. We're 9 months past the end of the year. 9 months, and they're not there. Please, if you can't get those things right, how do you get anything else? Where are we getting the money to properly fund our police department, properly fund our fire, properly fund staff that helps our city? That is one of the problems we have. Now, one of the questions that people have brought up tonight has been addressed by a report. We're still waiting for answers on going to LA County Fire. Still waiting for that. Let's do what we do, get our house in order that we have already. Then let's start looking at other things that we can do. This might be the greatest idea in the world, but our staff's track record on successfully implementing and executing a plan is non-existent. That's the prime example of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. You know, I'm waiting. Somebody once asked, can you name something our city properly executed? And I went, no. I asked city staff, can you name something? They can't either. They can't either. So just put a hold, get these questions answered, look at it. The time that you're spending here tonight should be working on getting our financial house in order instead of sitting here discussing something that's a pipe dream so somebody can get their mug on TV or get a sound bite on the radio. That's not helping our city one bit. And you already have, there's so many questions that haven't been answered that it's going to take a year to get to that point. If you can even get there, you can always do it next year. So let's not go down this rabbit hole and, just waste everybody's time. Let's do it right for once. Thank you.
Shahzad, followed by Andrea, followed by Lawrence. Shahzad. Shahzad, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, great. Am I hearing?
Yes.
Am I being? Okay, great. My name is Sharazad Shishigar, and I am a 30-year resident of West Covina. Our city is in trouble financially, and COVID-19 pandemic hasn't helped matters. Everyone has been impacted by the pandemic, and I can understand the council's interest in finding alternative ways to address the crushing effects that the pandemic has had on our way of life, particularly as it relates to our small businesses and our schools. One of these alternatives was for West Covina to create its own health department, such as those created in Pasadena and Long Beach. The thinking was that if we had our own health department, we somehow wouldn't have suffered the consequences of businesses closing, and our schools wouldn't have needed to be closed, and the rollout of the vaccines would have been a lot smoother. If we had our health department, our own health department, we would have more local control, we'd be better able to help residents and be more responsive, and we wouldn't have to touch our general funds. While these are admirable and desirable ambitions, I believe the idea has not been well thought out. Such projects take a long time to put into motion, and the fact that what was only a preliminary report by one medical consultant in January, we're already taking action to separate ourselves from the county health department. This idea is being pushed along at an alarmingly fast rate. At the January 19th council meeting, we were presented with a brief overview of how we would create our own health department without touching our general funds, that the monies would come from state and federal governments through grants and donations from philanthropists and licensing fees and permits. It all sounded great. So why do I oppose the plan? People have mentioned the cost. The consultant suggested that we could fund this project in three ways: state and federal grants. Most of the funding would be obtained from these entities, as is the case with other public health departments. But I shrug to think that we would want to create another layer of government that then would rely on the ever-shrinking budget that the federal and state levels are struggling with. By using licensing and permit fees, wouldn't this result in higher fees with businesses and residents would have to pay? The second reason I oppose this plan is the lack of experience. Pasadena and Long Beach have had 100 years of experience with servicing people. 100 years ago, it was much easier to develop a public health department. They had an already established system to plug into. So West Covina has zero experience in this field, and it will take years to establish a working playbook that would meet the needs of its citizens. That scares me, because we could face lawsuits as a result, as some others have said. It's also a big responsibility. Meeting the public health needs of a city is a huge undertaking, and combined with our inexperience, I do foresee legal issues, which the county cannot afford. The city cannot afford. Plus, if we had our own health department, what would have been done differently? Even the consultant had trouble answering that question and finally admitted that he would have done exactly the same thing.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea, followed by Lawrence, followed by Raquel. Andrea, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Andrea Houtman, a 40-year homeowner in West Covina, and I did listen to the testimony of Dr. Basil on January 19th at the City Council. One thing that people haven't pointed out in his presentation is how he proposed a series of options for how to structure the health department in West Covina. And they relied on creating privatization, outsourcing. That was his recommendation. His financial analysis for funding was weak beyond belief, and he may have indeed some financial interest in this enormous and fiscally risky proposition to privatize. Creates in addition to a new government drain on federal and state resources, as Sherzad said, it also, this proposal and the way it would be structured would create a profit drain within the system, a new source of that would absorb some of the finances that are available. So it seems as though that it's not something that I would want to rely on. In fact, the pointing out, I think Wu pointed out that his concern was that we didn't get vaccinations the way we should have from the county. However, if you look at the two cities that he points to as examples of running their own health departments, Long Beach and Pasadena, we have a higher rate of vaccination than Long Beach does, and only slightly less than Pasadena. So in terms of creating a privatized health department in West Covina and outsourcing, I have seen reliable estimates of the cost of starting this new West Covina Health Department of around $90 million. And this is for a city that's already deeply in debt. So I think we really need to look at this. The entirety of the research prior to this emergency meeting has been relatively non-existent. There has been no analysis that the fiscal analysis that the city council has actually gone through that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
It's ill-prepared.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's 3 minutes. Thank
rushed
you.
and irresponsible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lawrence, followed by Raquel, followed by Robin. Lawrence, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, thank you so much. I had a series of prepared points, but the speakers before me have so eloquently spoken on them, so I'll focus on what's in front of me right now. As I sit here in the parking lot after picking up my daughter from daycare, I can't help but impress upon the unique timing of this meeting at 4 p.m. on a work day where most people like myself are working. To find a point on it, this is really a thinly veiled attempt at evading public scrutiny over a controversial action by someone in this council. The selection of the time, the speakers before me have been very polite about it, but it's more and more evident that this was deliberate. This was a deliberate attempt to obscure and hide and try to evade public scrutiny over someone in this council, over their desire to chase this attempt at local control. During a pandemic, people don't live in walled communities. We drive to work through other communities, we come home. This attempt is ill-informed at best. We don't have the money for it. Where are you going to get the money? What other roads are we going to rent out in our city? What planning have you done? You have done almost no planning. As Dr. Davis from Public Health has said, please excuse my daughter. As Public Health has said, you've done almost no coordination with the county on the transition. Some people on this council are business members. And in fact, I believe one of you stated as a vision that you would run this city like a business and be more service-oriented to serve our residents. So is this your idea of serving us? Holding meetings like this of such an important topic on a weekday where most people like me are working, where we're trying to care for our children, this is your idea of being more service-oriented. Your idea of running the city like a business is to barrel through, to ramrod through an important decision without any real plan, without any collaboration with the county public health, without staff input. This is your great, grand idea. You really expect us to trust those of you on the council who are advocating for this. You really expect us to think you've got it under control. At a time when you tried to give raises to our staff when we didn't have the money. God bless our staff. When you rent out our roads to pay for pension obligations, this is what you have to show for it. This is what you mean by running your city like a business. And to those business owners who spoke earlier, we support you. We understand your pain, but look at the people. Look at some of those people on this council. With all due respect, is this how you plan to run a city? Like a business without plan? To go forward blindly? Thank you for your time. I have to go tend to my daughter.
Thank you.
Raquel, followed by Robin, followed by Cheryl. Raquel, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Raquel. I'm a resident for West Covina. I thank you guys for your service. It is a thankless job. I do want to emphasize that part of your job is to use common sense and to listen to the residents as they do have a voice. You know, I do believe that you did have this meeting at the very last minute, was very irresponsible, and you know, I'm just really surprised that such a huge undertaking is being proposed by a city that is not able to financially show responsibility. We're the ninth worst. And I also look around me and I do see deteriorating infrastructure, and I believe that we can do better than this. West Covina is beautiful. It's in a prime location, and we have so much potential. I think we need to take care of the business we have at hand, which is correcting our financial state. And I also believe that we deserve respect. We cannot hold meetings a week before a deadline to pull out of such an important partnership with this LA County. LA County might be a shit show, but at the very least, they provide services, and they've been doing it for so long. I think, you know, you are responsible for allowing us to see all the statistics, all the information. You know, someone mentioned, 90 million. Where did you pull that number from? Where are the other numbers? Where is the proof and the information that will allow us to make an informed decision? You know, I'm really disappointed by this quick, impulsive action, and I really hope that you council members that are sitting behind that desk there to really use your best judgment. Don't let power or politics or any of this play a role. Like, really think about the residents of West Covina. I know the businesses are hurting. You know, we do support them as much as we can, but they don't make the majority. And we will continue to support them. And I'm really sorry that you're going through this hardship. Again, thank you very much for your service, and please use your best judgment.
Thank you.
Robin, please unmute yourself.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Robin. I've lived in West Covina for over 30 years. As you no longer read email comments during meetings, I decided I was going to call in today to express my opposition to West Covina forming its own health department. I'm also curious as to why this special meeting is being held at 4 o'clock in the afternoon rather than a time when more residents are available to comment in person or via phone. Forming a city health department is a complicated and expensive endeavor. Given the city officials' past performance and the fact that we are facing bankruptcy, I do not believe our city officials are up to this task. Given the amount of time and number of legal hoops that it would require to establish an infrastructure and hire appropriate staff to operate a department that encompasses such a vast scope of services, I do not think that forming a city health department will happen in time to affect business closures during this pandemic. During the January 19th meeting, there was a presentation suggesting that the city health department could be funded in part with permit and license fees, as well as philanthropic donations. I've heard it could be funded with property taxes, permit and license fees, as well as as well as philanthropic. Oh, I'm sorry, I lost my thought. And philanthropic donations. Permits and license fees, as well as taxes, have the potential to be raised, which would place more financial burden on residents and businesses. Sufficient funding cannot be guaranteed when relying on philanthropy. I'm concerned that the cost to launch an entirely new health department could potentially cost more for residents than remaining under LA County Health. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Cheryl, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Clearwater. I'm a homeowner, mother of 4, and healthcare worker in West Covina. Our small businesses do need help during this pandemic, and that's the only thing I've heard referenced in support of this proposal, and I can't help but wonder, if our city can find the funding to create our own public health department, which would have to take care of way more than that, is there a way that we could provide direct financial assistance during this pandemic right now directly to our city's small businesses? Balancing our economy with our health during a once-in-a-century deadly global pandemic is a profoundly complicated challenge. It requires an enormous amount of money, experience, time, collaboration, humility, transparency, and it requires making mistakes and then redirections as we learn what works in an unprecedented situation. It requires addressing very long-standing systemic issues such as poverty and racism, while also providing every other public health service that our county public health department provides. Our city does not seem to have the ability and resources to create our own management of this. There's absolutely no reason to think we could do better than the county, or even that when we created our new city department, whether the people that are in position of leadership in the city department would even make different decisions than the county. So I'd really like us to stay with the county and the enormous amount of experiences, the number of resources that, the enormous amount of experience that they have and the resources that they provide to us, and advocate for our city's needs at that level. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in phone number 7625. Go ahead, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Francoise Colton. I'm a resident of West Covina. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to, somebody else needs to mute though. Anyway, I feel it's very important to speak, and a lot of people have so eloquently, and basically I oppose the creation of a new public health department. The city of West Covina is in a terrible financial state right now. We're the 9th city most likely to file bankruptcy in the city, in the state of California. That's horrible, and that alone says to me that we shouldn't be doing anything other than trying to figure out how to pay the people that we do have and be more efficient as a city. We do not have the money for a new health department, public health department. I also, my question also was why? Why is this special meeting occurring now when the residents haven't even had an opportunity to even know that this was happening? We've talked about transparency. I've talked at the city council meetings in the past, and it's been ignored. So it just seems odd that this is happening without giving people enough time, especially during the workday. For most people, can't take the time off to do this. So we need transparency, and the city has not complied with that, even though it's been asked multiple times. We can't rush through something like this. It's super important. The bottom line is people are suffering. This is just a horrible time for many. I know businesses are just having a horrible time throughout the world. And parents are so frustrated taking care of their kids, 24/7 now, being teachers. There's a lot of frustration with all of us. But creating something that's going to dig us a deeper hole of debt is just not the way to go. Outsourcing, from my experience in HR, outsourcing doesn't mean you're going to save money. That's what was thought if you move the business out of the country. But it's going to still be here, the people doing the work. It's not going to save us any money. When people talk about well, most of the pandemic deaths were not in our city, well, that's good news, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen here at any time. There are no boundaries around the city. Most of the people that work here, whenever I ask them any question about something locally, they're like, "Oh, I don't live here. I live over there." They don't even live in the city. So how can we possibly think by doing it ourselves? I just don't understand why we're even wasting our time on this. But again, I feel bad for the parents and the businesses out there. But ultimately, I do not trust the city to do the right thing. You didn't listen to us when we, spoke to you about not building next to the BKK. Of course, that's kind of on hold right now. But I don't trust you guys to do the right thing. You need to listen to us. You need to stop doing anything immediately, get more people involved, because going down this path is just not the right thing to do. We just need to stay masked.
Thank you.
I know we hate it, but let's stay healthy. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mayor.
So, City Manager, you heard all the questions and public comment concerns. Can you please address them and respond to them?
Good evening, Mayor.
Goodbye. Go ahead. Sorry, ended the Zoom.
Members of the City Council, members of the public. We had 40 speakers, and all of them were on point regarding the topic tonight, which is the agenda before you. Tonight, the City Council is being asked to consider a resolution ordinance which would conclude health officer services currently provided by Los Angeles County Department of Public Health in pursuing establishment of a local health department. So we intend to answer as many of those questions as we can as part of this report. First, we're going to hear a presentation from Dr. Basil regarding his further research and a proposed structure, and then we'll follow that with a report from the city attorney. I've asked him to review the state laws, the draft resolution, and the draft ordinance. So we welcome Dr. Basil first.
Go ahead, Dr. Basil. Oh, go ahead.
I think before, Dr. Basil to, do a presentation, maybe you can answer why we're doing the 4 o'clock, because other people are asking why we're doing 4 o'clock. Okay, so maybe you can address that issue, why you choose 4 o'clock. And second issue is why we have to do it right now. Okay, why the March 1st? So maybe attorney can tell us, why we are doing this today and in such of the time.
I don't know what 4 o'clock, but today you have to approve tonight the resolution and an urging ordinance tonight and have it served on the clerk of the county before March 1st. So that would probably be by Friday, and that's the urgency of it. That's why we have it today. We really could add it tomorrow, but today we're...
So because we want to make it the March 1st deadline, that's the reason. And the second thing is from the city manager, why we choose today, why not tomorrow night?
Well, we were trying to coordinate among first city council calendars, and Tuesday seemed to be a good day. The time of day, we've got some other meetings happening later this evening. This is our regular night for City Planning Commission, so we wanted to find a time that worked for all of your schedules as well as the city calendar. There's no magic to doing it today, although we are fast approaching the March 1st deadline.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, may I ask, how many items are on the Planning Commission agenda tonight?
1.
Okay. So it's a question that needed to be asked because I did object to the 4 p.m. time. I'd asked for it to be at 7 p.m. And so I was, curious as to why the Planning Commission took priority of the council chambers when there's literally just one agenda item. So the reasoning again for the 4 o'clock, if you could just repeat one more time.
We were trying to keep to the city calendar through the chair. We're trying to keep to the city calendar. That's their normal public hearing time for a noticed public hearing that they have. If your meeting goes longer, we've moved them or can move them to another room this evening. So we've got all the time we need today for your meeting.
So could they have had their original 7 o'clock meeting in another room while we had a 7 o'clock meeting here? That's a question. I don't know.
Perhaps legally, but we had already noticed that meeting, so we were trying to just coordinate around the city calendar.
The question is about where the meeting was going to take place, not the time. So the Planning Commission meeting could have still occurred at 7, just in a different room. Because we're probably going to go past 7 today. So they're still going to end up in a different room. So I guess my question is, was it possible legally to have both meetings still at 7 o'clock, still stay consistent with the city's calendar, and have a meeting that, again, was more in line with what the public is used to, which is a 7 o'clock city council meeting?
I assume it would have been legal to do it that way.
The streaming part might have been tricky. It's one or the other. But
Correct. I mean, at this point, Council, your options are truly myriad. You could conduct your business tonight. You could choose to adjourn this meeting to another night that you can agree on calendars. I would think that we'd want to proceed this evening because we've had 40 public speakers on topic tonight that managed to find. I know in California, the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, if a speaker is able to participate as 40 members did tonight, they in fact did receive an opportunity to have their voice heard and were heard.
Go ahead. Councilman Wu had a question.
I just want to, the reason I'm asking this question because I just want to, express my, because some people concern is some kind of conspiracy. We on purpose on 4 o'clock, we don't want people to join. This is not, we want people to join, to listen. We want they listen, any question to ask about city manager and Dr. Basil regarding, can we do it? What is the plan? How much will it cost us? Will it cost too much? Well, I will agree with a lot of people they're talking about. So I don't think, and I would kind of, surprised people were thinking about this is conspiracy about, we are trying to move the time. And right now it's already, with 2 hours of oral communication, it's already 6:15. So any people can join us to listen to the most important thing, answer the question regarding their concern. So I don't think they have any conspiracy regarding the time. We really, want this thing, quickly coming out so we can discuss and to see what's going on, and can we do it? Can we afford it? I think we all have the same issue and same question. So hopefully Dr. Basil can give us, a good, presentation, and we can ask questions. And we hope all the people they are already going home, turn on the TV, turn on the YouTube, to see live, to listen, and hopefully, can come up, later on have a question and this and that. But we already listened 2 hours, people from both sides. But again, I think we should continue, for this presentation.
We're already
Thank you so
here.
much.
We've had our public comments, and then you said now it's Dr. Basil's turn to speak, correct? Oh, wait. Councilwoman Diaz, please. Oh, do you want to break? Take a quick 3-minute break. We'll take a quick recess. It is 6:24. The meeting is now back in session. We have Dr. Basil up to the front. And Dr. Basil, you heard all the questions and concerns from the comments, and we'd like for you to address them and answer them kindly.
I think it's a very good meeting. I really enjoy, just like the last few meetings we have, I enjoy input. This communication, because this is a collaboration. This is a new idea. And but anyway, thank you for inviting me to come to speak again. As I say, I'm actually a volunteer medical consultant. The reason I do this is several things. One is I really have a passion for these public health issues. In September, I actually come down with COVID-19. And I was actually, not because I've been partying, having house party every night, but actually on Sunday evening, I went to see one of my patients, 30 years old, readmitted to the emergency room with COVID-19. So anyway, I wear all the proper personal protection equipment. And guess what? Then I noticed, wow, what happened to the staff? Nobody wear anything. I was so scared. I tried to get out of the place as soon as I can. But anyway, I'm more worried for them than myself at that time. So 2 weeks later, I get sick. I was actually on 15 liters of oxygen, 15 liters per minute of 100% oxygen. So 12 days in the ICU, I do a lot of thinking. I say, well, this country, we have been spending so much money and resources in healthcare and public health, but are we going anywhere? Actually, even with this pandemic, with this mess, a lot of facilities I went to, sometimes I'm not sure I really should be the one to kind of mention the security and the lobbyists. The secretary and so forth. They hand the mask. A lot of people really doesn't know how to use the mask. They actually hand the mask inside out to the visitor. I got so excited. I say, I very diplomatic to the security, whispering in his ear, you know, this is dangerous. You should really change. I got so excited. And this is not only the first time, repeatedly, even though I voiced my complaint and so forth, it still happened. And I take several pictures. I said, I'm going to take some pictures. Because when I'm sick in ICU, the public health department actually called me when I'm so short of breath. They tried to interview me for a whole hour or two. I said, I'm really short of breath here, but if you want information, I'll give it to you. So anyway, and I'm really glad Dr. Davis is here tonight. I text him, and he texted me back and said, oh, Basil, hang on there, you'll be okay. So, but anyway, I appreciate his being here this evening. So anyway, in the city of West Covina, we have police chief, we have fire chief. And if we have a fire, we have criminal activity, we call the police and so forth, and they come and keep the city safe. But when there's an issue with healthcare come along, in this, I'm just trying to be neutral and looking at the whole situation where really was the best. And that's why I want to explain some of my thinking here. But where is the health chief? We really have nobody here in the city to back the city up. And I just the last few months working with the city here, I can feel your frustration. Here you have to rely on a news conference to get a message. In the hospital, we at least have a daily conference. The hospital, they invite me, administration, okay, let's listen to LA County news conference. That's very helpful. So part of my presentation before is communications. Hospital have weekly, bi-weekly communication directly to the hospital. And yet the city government, that you are so close to the people. I know like tonight everybody was making comment to you and so forth. But you get responsible for the overall, whether public safety and so forth, and yet you absolutely have no information. That's really, is not right. So somehow something has to be changed. Something has to be done. Is that a local health department? Is that maybe we do a basic health department like City of Vernon? We set out our own and enforce certain rule, or we negotiate with the city, with the county, to dedicate some authority, or maybe even send a health chief over here in the city. If you contract with the sheriff department, you have a captain in the city from the sheriff department. They're responsible for the city. They're responsible. If you need resource, he is the person that you go to and get the resource. But the city here, you don't have to. So whether you set up a health department or some form, somehow some representative has to be here. And I'm so happy today to see actually a representative from the county department from Health Service Office, and actually mentioned about you have vaccine and testing, and also actually go into the independent living facility last Sunday. Actually, I was there because the last few weeks when Councilman Wu called me a few weeks ago, he said, Dr. Basil, we have this independent living facility, and they are sending out SOS, Mayday, Mayday. You need to come and see if we can solve this problem here. So anyway, I called the facility up and find out that all this year they have no problem, no casualty or anything. Until January, within 1 week, they have 12 people got infected. 2 people died locally in the hospital. And they have been begging and begging, calling everywhere. Actually, County Health Department actually been calling them and see how they're doing. That's very nice. That's very good. That's the way it should be. But when they talk about vaccine, well, you know, we'll discuss with some other department, and that's going on for a few weeks. Nothing happened. So anyway, I called our local hospital here. They have their allocations, but they can only take care of their own people. Our allocation is for our own. Okay, that's fine. So I checked some other hospital. One hospital said, oh yeah, we have some spare. We have been giving to a police department, fire department. We can spare some in case this one is needed. So arrangement actually been trying to make, and I don't know whether it's, some of this information is correct, but anyway, it turned out they say they cannot transport. There's some regulation that it can't do it. So okay, I said that's fine. Let me move on. I called USC up. I pull as many strings as I can. USC say, oh, sure, yeah, we're glad to help. So last Thursday, we actually have a meeting with 7 department heads from USC. They say, okay, no, that's fine. We'll do the best we can, even though your city is 20 miles away from our city. They have been going around the community, giving the local people vaccination and so forth. So they are actually planning on this week to come to the facility to give the vaccine. But Saturday, they received a call from LA County Public Health and say, yes, we'll be here tomorrow, Sunday. We have to do it tomorrow. I said, great. I told Coco, the facility administrator, take it. Doesn't matter who is it. Take it. You need to protect your residents first. That's come first. So that's good. So anyway, the future of the city in terms of health status cannot be the status quo. Our CDC is the best in the world. Our California Department of Health and Human Services, actually the Public Health Services, is also one of the best in the country. And our LA County Public Health Department is the #1 in the nation. So what failed? It seems to lately with this pandemic, it really demonstrates there's a problem. Somehow communication problem, distribution issue. We have some of the best facility, best institution, and something is wrong and we're still failing. But at least we are making progress here. So I think as a city, we need to think what we should do and plan ahead. We don't want to be reactive. We want to be proactive. We need to make plan, whether it's now, the sooner the better, because all this takes time. You see how the bureaucrat, in terms of you have to have this timeline, that timeline, because there is necessity to get funding. If you didn't get enough funding, yes, it's a little tough to do, but the state do have funding to help out to establish a public health department locally. And actually, one of the statutes, and the city attorney, they can always correct me as a layman. I'm not an attorney, but I'm as a physician, just call in to see what we can do with this situation here, whether set up a health department, just like my presentation before. And I told the city council also before that my work here is volunteer. Whether later on you want to engage me or so forth, is really not an issue. I'd be glad to set that up for the city here and do the best for the city, for the people of West Covina. So anyway, if the city of West Covina want to do something, you have to have some type of a formal department, formal type of organizations. whether you're going to be recognized by the state. The city of Vernon is really not recognized by the state. They're under the department, Los Angeles County Health Department. They try to be independent, which is good. If they think they have the need and they have the means to do it, that's great. So what can we do here? So I'm thinking about innovation. I know the city really have budget issues. How detailed, I'm not privileged to get into all the detail, but anyway, my thinking is that if you really want to do anything, so either a local health department, that's probably a long-term, probably the best solutions. But if not, because you see last time with the independent health facility, we need to have to go and plead and beg people for vaccine. Can you come? Can you come? No, some place say you can do it, you can transport it. And then you actually call and say, oh, no problem, they're a big gun, they can do it. So unless you have a department, a recognized entity, you won't be, in this country, you won't be getting any funding. And there's a lot of different funding. And that's why other cities, like City of Long Beach, City of Pasadena, City of Berkeley, over the years, they have built up their infrastructure and of course, you have to start somewhere, sometimes. Now, and of course, the city, when I discuss with the city administration, they are really concerned about finances. That's the last thing they want to is tap into a fund that's going to drain the general fund. I personally, my presentation, the first presentation here, is 40 years ago when the hospital go into bankruptcy, from a city hospital go into bankruptcy, draining the general fund. As a physician, I cannot stand it. I say, I have to do something. I'm going to step in here as a 28 years old, naive, 25 or 26, as a naive graduate from medical school, walk into a board of trustee chairman office. They say, I don't think you guys know how to run the office. It's very simple. Let's use some common sense, and let's see if we can get the hospital. But anyway, after a couple of years, the hospital get out, emerged from the Chapter 11, and now it's a very successful healthcare system. Not under me, but I save the hospital, and somebody take over. I have no interest in one way or the other. Same thing here. If I can help the city, great. If we can push it forward, and later on you have other health officers and so forth, that's great. That's good. That fulfills my objective here. So anyway, so how are we going to proceed here? Let me just see. I didn't prepare my slide quite. Just real quick. Of course, the city, we have the authority for the state to have their own local health department, and in order to get certain aids from the state, you have to meet certain requirements, and that's what the city attorney listed some of the essential service. If you have the essential service, you'll get some of the funding. So as we said earlier, there's 3 cities, and they vary between 120 to 500,000 populations. City of Vernon about 126, but they're doing very well. They're actually doing very well with their inspection and so forth. And that's potentially, a lot of things we can do with different cities, joint effort, and big things happen. Okay, these are some of the basic, some of these essential services that we have to have in order for the state to recognize you and also to give funding. Now, of course, so the question is that tonight I heard a lot of this, how are we going to fund this? It's going to cost billions of dollars. Pasadena spent $15 million to run the health departments. So if we have to do it, how we can make it successful? So we need to have all the basic health service, especially first, of course, the enforcement component. A lot of this enforcement component, when I reviewed the City of Vernon financial, they actually do quite well. Just on licensing and permit, they're able to support their enforcement services and so forth. Of course, you have the health fund from the state, we may qualify. There's different other grants. There's different programs have different funding. And some of the basic funding from the health department directly from the state. But when you want to do some other project like community service and aging service and so forth, there's other funding. So you have to really set up your own system and start applying for different funding. Yeah. So how are we going to do it? Pasadena, Long Beach, and Berkeley are pretty much a full-service health department. Vernon is really in the basic limited health department under the public health, the LA County Public Health Department. And the third choice is really try to really make LA County understand that we need a health chief here locally. When we go to the independent living facility, I was surprised that some of this senior, I was talking to them first to reassuring them the vaccine is safe. It's okay to take the vaccine. I said, I take it. I have 2 shots. Even though I've been exposed to it, I still take my shot. I have a little pain, run a little fever. I have a little bit more reaction for a few days, but I am okay. So, and I was surprised that some of this resident, especially a couple one of them, they say they never received any vaccine. I said, are you serious? I talked to the administrator. Well, we had to find out who the doctor is. We need to bring them to get at least a pneumonia vaccine. They say they never received the vaccine. This is the first time anybody come here and give them the vaccine. So, so when you have local people, your city council, your city staff that know the people, for example, all this mega site vaccination all across the county. That's what Dr. Paul Simon said in the news conference last week. He said, I think they say they fail on this mass vaccination site. At first, they were thinking about bringing all these mega vaccination sites to underserved area. So hopefully, the surrounding area people will come and get the shot. But turned out it didn't materialize. It's people from everywhere else come to the area and get a shot. The people local area never get a shot. So they are thinking about in the news conference, they say they are rethinking maybe the process. And it's true. Kaiser actually have problem with getting a lot of patients in compliance, like for example, high blood pressure. Certain part of Los Angeles have a very high incidence of hypertension, and they don't like to take medication. So Kaiser find out that the barber shop program works. And how that works? Because the local people trust the barber. So they set up a blood pressure machine nursing station right in the barber shop. And the compliance of taking the blood pressure medicine go up dramatically. They trust the local barber to tell them, you need to take your blood pressure. You don't take your blood pressure, you're going to have a stroke, you're going to have a heart attack, and so forth. And every month, the barber...
Could you face the microphone?
Oh, okay. The barber actually helped with the statistic, improving the compliance rate for the hypertension. So Kaiser continued with the program in West Los Angeles, Kaiser toward the southern part of Los Angeles. So same thing with vaccination. It will be more effective if in a pandemic, it really doesn't matter. Everybody needs it. And area that have problem, you need to get local people, local city staff, so forth, to reach out to the community. They know those people. Just like tonight, everybody, you've been here, they've been here attending city council meeting. If any one of you telling them, yeah, no, this, say just like as the doctor, I was there in the independent facility Sunday. A lot of residents a little hesitant. But then I told them, no, I have my shot, I'm fine, and it's very important for you. And you should really get some other shot, pneumonia, flu shot, and so forth. So those probably something that, for example, the city may want to work on. A lot of this independent facility, some of this resident doesn't go out. So, unless you have a program here, then you can't do it. You have to. County is a big system. They are good. They are number one in the nation. And yet, local level, I think somewhat it failed. How often do we really use a lot? I mean, there's so many services listed. And I try to look at all different city and different county. Wow, there's a lot of service. But none of my patients exercise and access to any of this program unless they know about it. So is it just for show? Or is it just for, whatever program it is? So, but anyway, in order to, what I'm thinking is that if the city of West Covina want to do a health department, you can start up with the licensing fee and so forth, get the basic crew, get a field health inspector that is familiar with the local people, that is going to work with the local, either the business, the residents. And for example, one of the cities that they have 4 or 5 inspector, and they wear a lot of hats. They have food inspector, they environmental specialist, they do all type of things. And they are very understanding the local people. They work with the local people, and they have very good reception. For example, plan review. They say if you send to LA County for a plan review, who knows how long you're going to get it back? And yet, this city say, oh, we have in 2 weeks done. Everything is done. Oh, wow, I say this is amazing. And you can do it with just that little budget. I say, yeah, they do it. So, I mean, it's a possibility, and it's basically whether there's a will in the city of West Covina to do anything or not. There's option there, but until you have some kind of formal structure. For example, tonight, city is thinking about taking a certain action. Guess what? The whole community come out. The county come out. This is the first time. I mean, I'm really happy that the county actually come out. Nothing I'm against the county. We need to work together, whether it's city, county, state, federal. We all need to work together to protect our community. Yeah. So that's a plan, is to really basically start with the basic licensing fee to self-support. I don't believe in using general fund for anything. We should keep it as neutral as we can. Just like when I run the hospital here, I say, this hospital cannot go back. I say, you have revenue, you just need to budget correctly and spend correctly. And guess what? They're making a lot of money. So I don't want to mention it, but anyway. And that's why I propose to the city. You have different way to do it, whether if you have a department that's going to try to set up a internal department, that's okay too. You can either hire a health officer. At this time, I'm just volunteering my service. Whether in the future I'm helping or working or not, I'm not really don't care. As long as you can set up, get going, I'm happy with it. So, and I think we talked with the city manager and we review different things, and it's a possibility. The finance actually didn't look as bad as we think. The main thing I think is beside the licensing fee and permit for the enforcement component, is we really should start thinking about really get it certified and get the state fund to truly manning the health department. There's a lot of function in the health department. Actually, the city itself right now is already have a lot of health department function here already. You have the housing, you have the community service. Guess what? Those are really part of a health department function. It's not that you don't have it. You already have some, but it's not an organized structure. Say it's a health department responsible for some of the health. So it's something the city council had to think about. But somehow you have to start somewhere. You want to see what structure you have, which is the most effective. Of course, when you have your own, you speak louder. When they come to vaccine allocation, everybody say, those allocation is for our own people only. You want it, we have spare, we'll share with you. We don't have spare, good luck. So anyway, I'll open for questions. Yes.
So you said that LA County is #1 in the nation.
The biggest.
I'm sorry?
They are the biggest health department.
You mean the biggest? Okay.
The biggest.
Okay, so you mean the biggest.
And no question, Los Angeles County Public Health has a lot of resource. They have a big, huge budget. Whether they run efficiently, I'm not an expert to go and dig inside there, but you can see what's going on here. The way things going right now is not really working. We have to think outside the box and see how we can make this public health service better, but you have to start somewhere. The question is whether the city itself willing to take that calculated risk and take certain action to make things happen. Yeah.
Well, my question is, what is the benefits of having our own health department, and what is the risk if we do leave now, or what do we gain?
Yeah. Well, so if you are planning to leave the LA County, so you have to, just like the city attorney is saying, you have to serve the county clerk the notice March 1st, so they can do the budget, and you'll be effective July 1st. If we decide whatever, God forbid, something goes wrong and so forth, the whole thing goes to boo, you have to wait till next March to send in the notice saying that, yes, we want to come back to the county, and you'll start July 1st. And actually, this evening, Dr. Davis is very gracious and very kind in saying that in case the city need to, for example, start a health department, the county would be willing to help. At least that's why I get the message, and that's very gracious of the LA County. Because LA County, after all, they have to look after every city too. And I was surprised that a lot of this service actually provide to the city without cost, and that's the statement. I'm not sure. I thought there is general fund or property tax or anything transfer to LA County, because the city has a general service agreement, lists out all the service you can choose. Like a menu, you can choose whatever you want to. And most of the time, most cities have just blank sign everything out to the county, which is okay. And then certain cities like Pasadena, public health is checked off. The poll, you have your own department. Now, for example, I was trying to apply for a certain society and looking into grant and so forth. They say, okay, which department of the city you're from? I really can't tell. I say I'm just a consultant. I want to explore revenue, how we can get funding. Because every day you have this grant floating. I receive, after I sign, I receive grant information almost on a daily basis. Every night before I go to sleep, or early in the morning, then they'll come up and asking you whether you qualify for this. But the problem is, as long as you don't have a true department that really emphasize on your mission statement and your vision and so forth, sometimes it's really hard to ask for grant and money for certain program. A lot of the program are funded by differently. Health department, you have the basic function, and then you have a lot of these different grant, different structure to build up the auxiliary support that pertinent to your local community. So that's the advantage. You can control your vaccine. You can control your testing site. You can, if you want to do more, do less, it's okay. But it's up to the city. But then now you have your own control. Of course, you cannot compete with Los Angeles County Public Health Department. They are giant. We are little tiny. But can we do the similar service? Oh yeah, sure. It's just a matter of scale, right? LA County is so big, 11 million people. They have the budget out. Sometime I'm not sure, and it'll be good to maybe the city department can look into it, whether our apportion to the city, and that's why it doesn't make sense earlier that all the service provided to the city, no cost. So no cost, that's fine. Actually, if there's no cost, I'm so happy. We can set up a health department, and LA County still should support us because there's no cost to them. They are willing to support. So I'm not sure that statement is correct. So this is something new, because I always think our portion of the revenue is being to LA County, and then LA County distribute. So in this case, it's like the pandemic. They think certain area need more than other area. So some of this proportion is being taken out, diverted to some other area. So maybe the city can look into it. I'm not sure. I haven't do that analysis. If we stay with LA County, you still have to negotiate certain authority, because you really have to have certain local, somebody, a health chief, like a fire chief, a police chief, a sheriff, a captain, here locally to give you information. You can go to the chief and say, hey, we need a vaccine. Okay, they'll go to the county, just like Sunday. Boom, 60 vaccine here. Give it, done, right? Normally in the sheriff's station, you call the captain, he will take care of things. But here you don't, you got to struggle running around. So the system is not really quite correct. You really have to think, because it's not just this pandemic. This pandemic has been predicting for years. We missed several of them already. This one slipped through, and this is not going to be the last. It's going to be more to come, and we have to better prepare.
In order to have our own health chief, do we need our own department, public health?
Well, in order to start your health department, you have to appoint, that's the rule number one, you have to appoint a health officer that is responsible for the health department, overall supervise and so forth in the health department. Yes. So he will be responsible, just like a fire chief or a police chief.
Well, I mean, I know LA County serves 10 million residents, and I also know that they only have 4,000 employees, so their ratio is like 0.004%. But I wanted to go back to the last question of how does West Covina benefit? What are the advantages? What is the pros of having our own health department? And how would we be different from LA County and having our own?
Yeah.
Is there a difference if we have our own if we have our own health department?
One scenario, for example, I advise some of you have big hospital, you have small hospital, small community hospital, how are you going to compete with Cedars-Sinai, right? So you have your own niche. You have your local community hospital. You can develop some program specifically for that community. Nobody going to travel 2 hours to Cedars-Sinai for something you can take care of it here. Of course, that's why the federal, the state, and the county, and the local city all going to work together in the public health situation. In the public health situation, just like a fire department, the police department, where you have a disaster come up, everybody put together and help out and take care of things. And just like Dr. Day was saying, he graciously will be here to help. We need to, but you want the city to think carefully about different options and so forth, but the cost and so forth. So if we can work out the cost, then it will be okay, right? So you gradually build it up. And some of the service, yes, you can have family planning, you can have VD clinic, you have a TB control officer, you can have a nutritional program, you have a chronic disease program to monitor. For example, this independent department, facility, has a lot of residents. They don't venture out of the facility. They haven't even received any of this basic preventive vaccination. Talk about pneumonia. I say, anything, you should better go to get your pneumonia shot. It's so simple. Every 5 years, 10 years, 3 to 5 years, okay. But at least get some. So I think with the advantage besides better control is you have better respond to the local community. Just like the other city, they say they have a plan, review and check and approve in 2 weeks. And whereas you go to a county, you have literally chasing after them for months in order to have something happen. So they're more friendly, more working with your local residents to make things happen. And different programs, sometimes we cannot do everything. Even LA County itself sometimes cannot do everything. California State, that's why there's contracting. You certain contract, you contract it out. Certain radiation problem, even county, state contract certain entity to perform certain service. So you don't expect a health department that will be able to perform every little duty, but you'll be able to figure a way, a system, cost effectively, to make sure those are implemented and enforced.
Okay, I have further questions, but I'm going to allow my colleagues to go ahead and ask questions. So would anyone would like to start asking questions? You want to go ahead? Councilman Tabatabai?
Sure. Hi, good evening, Doctor. Thank you for being here, and thank you for volunteering your efforts to the city of West Covina. I had a couple of questions, and obviously we'll I think, try to go around. One question I had was regarding outreach. Part of, I think what we maybe were, or I was expecting, or, I think we were all expecting, audience as well, is that there would be a much fuller report. And since the county does deal with a lot of different agencies as well, right? I was wondering, did you outreach to our school districts? Because I understand one of the main arguments to have our own health department was to get our schools open. So what services do our school districts receive from LA County that we would be responsible for? And did you contact our school districts to get us that information?
Yeah, no, I haven't really talked directly with the West Covina School District, but I happen to be able to know a couple of the recently retired administrators from the LA County Department of Education. Actually, the person I talked to him last night. I happened to take care of her mom and then his mom, and then we're talking. Oh, you are the school administrator or superintendent or some consultant and so forth. I said, great, let me ask you a few questions. So, so the school district, you do have your own budget and funding, same thing. So you are talking about maybe cafeteria inspections. So for inspection, nursing. So we can, for example, let's say this way. If we agree that we're going to break away from Los Angeles County Public Health Department, so the next 3 months, we have to put the infrastructure in place to start July 1st within that budget that we can able to manage from the licensing fee and so forth. So the first couple of weeks, the first 30 days, you really need to, or whoever the health officer is, will have to go out to talk to local business, restaurant, all stakeholders need to know what they have been receiving. You don't want to cut off any especially when they come to school. You talk about the lunch program, and you talk about breakfast program. You talk about the public health nurses. Those they have been receiving either one way or the other. As far as the information I got is, these are coming out from the school budget. I heard different story and so forth, but we had to sit down and talk. Just like I say, I was so happy tonight when there's so many comments from different places, bring up questions, bring up information. That's why we need to sit down together and collaborate. Okay, let's see what you need. If the school really didn't have the budget, then let's talk about it. But if the school had the budget and been paying for it, then it's not necessary to try to push at this time for us to come up with a budget to pay for certain things like a public health nurse in the school daily basis. And I heard that sometimes the public health nurse actually go around between different schools. It's not just she's there all the time. Then you're a speech therapist that evaluate a special needs student and so forth. So all those I think is essential. We do need to make sure those essential service, and if not one way or the other way, we have to get that service back to them. Do we have to apply for a different special grant? Because certain program is different, not just from health department, it's from different things that you need to apply. And maybe Los Angeles County already have the grant in place, so we have to look into it. So we have to definitely talk to the stakeholders. Yeah.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I would like to share,
sure.
Because I did outreach when I found out about the special meeting to the West Covina Unified School District. They spoke to their legal, and this is the letter, and I want to make sure the public hears it. Dear Mayor Lopez Viado and City Council members, I write on behalf of the West Covina Unified School District and its nearly 10,000 students and 1,000 employees to respectfully oppose the City Council's adoption of Resolution number 2021-15 and Urgency Ordinance number 2476 to terminate the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health provision of services to the City of West Covina effective July 1st, 2021. The district's opposition is based on its concern that the city's proposed health department may not be capable of providing all of the services LACDPH currently provides to the district. Because of the importance of this matter for the West Covina Unified School District, I am submitting this letter in writing to your Honorable City Council and City Manager. As you know, 17 CCR 1276 requires that the proposed health department must offer at least the following services in the city, which would include services on behalf of students, families, and staff of the West Covina Unified School District. A, collection, tabulation, and analysis of all public health statistics. B, health education programs. C, communicable disease control, including availability of adequate isolation facilities. D, medical, nursing, education, and other services to promote maternal and child health. E, environmental health and sanitation services, programs, food, housing and institutions, radiological, health, milk and dairy products, water-oriented recreation, safety, vector control, waste management, among others. F, laboratory services. G, services in nutrition. H, services in chronic disease. I, services directed to social factors affecting health. J, services in occupational health. K, appropriate services in the field of family planning. And L, public health nursing services to provide for preventative and therapeutic care. LACDPH provides essential direct support services and resources to district students, families, and staff. These include the following, all of which fall squarely within the requirements of 17 CCR 1276. 1. Resources for students with medical dental insurance. 2. Guidance and consultation related to communicable diseases when an outbreak occurs at a school site. 3. Strategies for infection control and prevention. 4. Guidance to our local community with up-to-date information regarding health and safety. 5. Health education training and webinars to staff and community members. 6. Crisis hotlines at the local and national level. 7. Updates related to immunization requirements for students. 8. Emergency preparedness response safety plan and toolkits. Okay. Cardiovascular guides and education materials. And finally, adolescent health guides, e.g., reproductive health, teen parenting resources, avoidance of youth and gang violence, sexually transmitted diseases, and sexual health information. For example, in the area of outbreak prevention and containment, school nurses contact LACDPH whenever there is an outbreak. LACDPH, in turn, immediately provides the school with a comprehensive sanitizing protocol. In the area of mental health, LACDPH provides ongoing suicide prevention resources and training to district staff. In addition, district nurses take part in LACDPH webinar trainings throughout the year so that best practices can be implemented throughout the district. In providing resources for students without medical dental insurance, the district makes calls directly to LACDPH on behalf of parents to facilitate enrollment in these insurance programs. These services are integral to the operation of the district and are expertly provided by LACDPH. If the city terminates its relationship with LACDPH, the district fears that the city's proposed health department will not be able to provide the district with the services needed to protect the health and services of district students, families, and staff. Thank you for your consideration of these very important health services provided by LACDPH when you deliberate the proposed resolution and ordinance. As you can see, there are very significant and ongoing health services relied upon by the district in providing a safe and healthy environment for the students, families, and staff of West Covina. Very truly yours, Dr. Charles D. Hinman, Superintendent, West Covina Unified School District. Now, tonight, we are here to vote on an extremely important measure that impacts every single family. I'm a father in the West Covina Unified School District. I have a 7-year-old boy. Okay? This decision weighs heavily on me. From the moment I learned of this meeting, I've been researching, I've been reaching out, I've been trying to get all of the information that I expected in a staff report that I did not receive. We did not receive a copy of what you were going to present. We didn't receive our normal binders. I did not see any of this information, much of it until past 3 o'clock. And so here we are. We've had one which you described as a preliminary discussion on January 19th. And I'd just like to add, at that January 19th meeting, where we were talking about needing to have our own health department to open our businesses, there was another presentation at that meeting. And it was by our chief, right? Our fire chief, right? And one of the things you stated was, listen to your chiefs. Well, this is what our chief said. He said, we've more than doubled our call volume. We had one fire engine giving CPR to a 40-year-old, and we lost him because no ambulance. We sat on a deceased body for 3 hours against the policies. We have patients dying every single day, 6, 8, 10 cardiac arrests every single day. Community spread is real. 35 years, I've never seen anything like this. And then the one that really just took my breath away. Don't call 911. The ambulances aren't there. So we're having this discussion, and you're asking us to be innovative and take this huge risk with the residents of West Covina. And I understand that you volunteered to do this for the city and are not charging us any money. But that's still not okay. If you're going to volunteer that service, then our expectation is you give us a full report. I have a report here from the city of San Dimas. I'll read it to you.
Councilman Tabatabai, can you ask a direct question?
Okay.
Ask a question.
I'll ask you a direct question. Okay. According to the county, we pay 1% in property tax, right? Goes to the county. Of that, about a third goes to the county health department. According to the data and according to staff reports, that money is not reimbursed. The county, even if we go away from the county, they won't give it back. It has to be through referendum of the voters of LA County. So would it be prudent for the residents of West Covina to continue to send our money that goes for county services and not receive those services, and then try to find funding to pay for our own health department? In your calculation, would you say that is the best policy for the residents of West Covina, that we are both paying for county services that we no longer can receive while also funding our own health department? I'll let you answer.
First, you have 3 questions here. You have 3 questions here. One is all the service you listed earlier from the school district are the service that require for a health department in order to be certified by the recognized by the state of California to give funding, the health fund. So, of course, the detail of all this funding, I'm not the expert on it. That we have to rely on the city administration to look into further and so forth. I can only speak on general term only. So you have so logically, okay, so first, we have to perform all those services anyway, in one form or the other. Some of this may be contracted, some of this depending on the need, then we may, we will have. Because, for example, TB cleaning in Pasadena is not every day. It's only 1 day a week or half day or so in a week only. So some of this service, even in LA, Los Angeles County of Public Health, like the radiation certification and inspection and all, is contract out. They don't have their own inspector. They actually contract. At least in my office, when they come in, they say, oh, we are representative from the LA County Public Health Department, but we are actually contracted personnel, not the employee of the Public Health Department. So all this service required, some of this we probably have the contract and so forth and to fulfill the requirement, because we want to actually eventually get all this funding from the state to staff and fund a full service health department. So now the other question you have is but you have a good question. Just now you say actually 0.5% or 1/3 of 1% of the property tax actually go to a health department. So we do have fund from our property tax to the health department. So it's not that we are receiving service for free. We actually have funding going there. So if they don't, say for example, fight for the service, at least very common sense, if we're going to start our own health department, very, very true, they should really support us. For example, in Missouri, they have a county less than 50,000 people, but they really, because of this pandemic, they has been gearing to start their own county health department themselves, and the state come in, fund them, and help them to start the health department. I was watching them; they're already getting ready to start this year on their own public health department for the county level. So. So we still, after this, besides we gradually starting the program, the county really has certain responsibility. If they are receiving payment or some portion of tax to us, eventually the county still, we are all related, just like you were mentioning last time. Disease have no boundary and not anything, so we all need to work together. So if they receive some funding from local residents, I think morally, ethically, they have an obligation to help support our health department also. But with our own health local department, we can do a lot more. We can apply for different things independently. We don't have to keep on relying on LA County to get every service. So and that's maybe something city attorney and city manager have to look into. If they get 1/3 of our 1% of the tax dollar there and sitting there and doing nothing, it's not we didn't give them money. They do have the money and better demand for that service. And that would be, maybe is their responsibility is to make sure our health department start off correctly and back us up wherever they can to make sure we are successful. Because ultimately, these are LA County residents. So if they receive the money, guess what? If you pay somebody, you expect the service, right? Just like here, you're paying the service, but where's the health chief? Is there somebody you can call regularly? And tonight I'm really happy to see representative from the county supervisor office here say, oh yeah, we arranged somebody to come up. I wish I know that before, so I don't have to fight 3 weeks calling every hospital I can, pull every string I can, pleading and begging, say, oh, can you come out? I make several calls every day, waiting for even hospital to call me back. And so I think the city really needs to demand. That's why this whole thing, whether it's their own independent health department or some type of a arrangement, this really has to talk it out. This pandemic bring out these whole issues that local level are not really receiving the proper attention and proper proportion of funding and service. So you bring up a really good point.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and that was a good question about, in kind of what you touched on, but also what the district wrote in their letter, that they fear that this proposed health department would not be able to provide the district with the services needed to protect. But as I expected, based on the fact that no matter what occurs, we're still going to be funding the county health department through our property taxes. So it was, I guess, proper and I think very welcome that Dr. Davis, which I wish he would have stayed, closed not only his speech here at the microphone, but also the letter he sent us at 3 p.m. Should the council elect to create its own public health department, public health will be ready to work with the city to transfer all of the duties of a local public health jurisdiction. Until that transaction is complete and the city's public health department is recognized by the state as a local public health jurisdiction, and that may be tough, public health will continue to serve this council and the residents of West Covina in its current capacity. That's pretty promising. But in terms of going back to how this would affect us, let me point something out. Yesterday, the LA Times reported, I don't know if you knew about this, so let me ask you. The LA Times reported that vaccine access codes for Black and Latino communities were improperly used in affluent LA areas. I would say that considering our own health department would squarely eliminate that kind of thing, because as we all know, this vaccine rollout has been challenging. I want to talk too negatively about it because it is a monumental task, but it has not been smooth. I think the best way would have been to allocate vaccine doses through medical professionals that are already fully staffed, already fully trained, have the capacity, have medical assistants who do this all day, every day. This would be vaccine number 17 instead of 16 that they do, provide all day, every day. So the way it was deployed, utilizing public safety at probably overtime rates, private contractors at incredibly expensive rates, I don't think that was the best way. And as I just mentioned, what the LA Times reported yesterday, I think that's testament to how we're not being serviced in the best way possible. Also, the letter, well, not only the letter cites what the school district letter cites what is required of a health department. So another bullet point, aside from what else would be offered through our own health department, aside from the, I guess, vaccine equality standpoint, letter F states laboratory services. Well, I could say unequivocally at the beginning of the pandemic, our population was not offered laboratory services adequately. I know that. It was broadcast on television by Dr. Ferrer and others that ask your PCP, your primary care physician. I emailed them and I said, I've talked to the AMA, American Medical Association, California Medical Association, and American Academy of Family Physicians. Everyone I could talk to, everyone was saying, no, nobody knows. The number one problem was shortage of swabs, just cotton swabs to stick in the nose. So what probably would have been the appropriate response is, let's manufacture them in any way, shape, or form, because that was the limitation. So laboratory services failed. It was not provided. In fact, at one point, it was so scarce to be able to find swabs. I personally was administering COVID swabs for whoever, whenever needed it to assist my staff. Letter C in the list of items that should be provided. So that was another example of how maybe our own health department or hybrid consideration could potentially do better. Isolation facilities, I know personally staff as well as a lot of community members who did not have any, never found isolation facilities. So if the county does provide that, I don't think it was communicated well enough, disseminated well enough, but I know for sure there were a lot of people who did not have the adequate isolation facilities. So that's another bullet point. It was mentioned by Dr. Davis that there were 45 outbreaks in contract tracing in our city. I didn't know that. So there's kind of a breakdown of communication there. We could and should look at ways to improve that communication. Also, all the things that were discussed by some of our business owners in the city, they haven't been treated too fairly. They've been kind of bullied. I think we've got a lot of evidence for that. That's something that needs to be brought to the table, because that doesn't serve anybody. So I guess to help you answer that question, that's what I see as some of the benefits of having our own health department or initiating the process. A lot of valid concerns have been raised today, most importantly, the cost. And as we're discussing, and as I've said, I'm not in favor of anything that costs our general fund. You said that too. But I think it's a good discussion to be had, because this may not be the last large health issue we've got. I'll stop there and let my colleagues take it from there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for coming and speaking with us. But one of the issues I noticed was we had a lot of restaurant owners, a lot of business owners that came through, and nobody mentioned the seniors. You know, I have an elderly mother, and it's very difficult to try to get her a vaccine. I contacted the county with I wasn't able to get her an appointment. I called, I was disconnected. So I noticed nobody spoke about the seniors, and we have a lot of seniors that cannot go to these facilities, go to the drive-thrus and get tested or get vaccines. So that's what I would like our health department to do, something like that for our seniors that can't leave their homes or their facilities or wherever they're at. So that's all I want to say.
A good example is just like this past Sunday. You know, you have 60 residents that can't go anywhere. The other 30, the family bring them out somewhere, get the vaccine. Because when they first call me, they say they need 90 vaccines. So I request for 100 vaccines, in case the staff and so forth. And USC say, yes, we'll come out. But, need to give them time because it's a big institution. They need to get all the department head together, agree on the logistic and so forth. And we have a Zoom meeting. There's about, I think, 14 people in the meeting just to decide how to vaccinate 60 people. So, but I'm glad the public health department come up. And for example, nowadays with the COVID-19, and I'm not sure any of you are aware of it, because if you have a mild, moderate disease, and this really had not been publicized and really educated the community, and I myself get excited when patients, for example, today I have several patients call, hey, when are you going to give your vaccine? I said, we just can't provide. Then we have a patient call, oh, by the way, I come up positive, I've been sitting at home, I just discharged a patient a couple of days ago. 2 weeks sitting at home coughing. I say, so I chew him out, I say, when you are sick, how come you didn't call me? Because nowadays, if you have a mild, moderate disease, you don't require oxygen yet. Now you crash, you come to the emergency room, I have to put you in the hospital for 10 days on high flow of oxygen. When in the first few days you call me, I can arrange you to have the presidential, I call it presidential and Mercedes treatment, which is a monoclonal antibody infusions. And yet this message haven't been coming up. Actually, Thursday night, I'll be doing continuing education to all our medical staff. And one of the topics I'm going to be discussing is to make sure they know so we can offer this service. And it's provided by the federal government free of charge. When President Trump gets his Regeneron, which is monoclonal antibody infusions, that one dose is like 100,000. Okay, now I don't know what the price is. But I tell patients, this is a presidential and a Mercedes treatment. You want a Mercedes or you want to live? So, but anyway, it's provided by the federal government, and you have to do it immediately. I just have a couple of patients just have the infusion the last couple of days. Over the weekend, I don't care if you get sick. Boom, I arrange with different emergency room, different hospital. You got sick, you have some symptom, you make the qualification, you go and get your infusion and stop the process. And yet this issue haven't been brought up. For example, now the city, so from the hospital level, I conduct education for our medical staff. Or community level, we need to educate the residents. Say, hey, if you really met the criteria, you're high risk, you're diabetic, you're hypertension, you're, like for example, I have another patient who's on prednisone for his rheumatoid. I said, you know, you have the coughing and fever and all this. I want you to go to check for the COVID immediately. If it's truly positive, you better go for a monoclonal antibody. Don't wait till you got really sick. My bill in the hospital for 12 days in the ICU is over 300,000.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, sorry to cut you off, but because
no, that is yeah. No.
Okay, and I want to follow. Okay, the councilwoman. Okay, Rosario. Okay, regarding the senior. Okay, the senior. I think the reason we sit over here and going through this process because we want to help. Okay, about saving life. Okay, it's not only the small business that we are worried about. Small business, speaking truth, is just a small portion.
Yeah.
I think the reason we're sitting over here, we want to take this risk, or this something because the human life is irreplaceable. Okay, people die. Okay, nothing you can. The business possible, they maybe lose the business, lose the funding. Maybe they can hopefully come back. But we try to help them. But the point is this. I think more important thing is the human life we're trying to help. We went through Bridge Creek fiasco that we've been calling county, numerous time, and didn't get their vaccine. And now that time they have a, outbreak. And they have about 12% hospitalized, about 100 residents. So we talk about 10%. There's an outbreak. And 2% including Nancy Fox, and passed away of a COVID complication and very, very horrible death, suffering in the hospital by herself because she got a COVID positive. So we want to avoid that thing. So as a senior, is priority. And why that thing fell through the crack? Because they are in the criteria of county is an independent retirement home. And how many we have? We have 10. Retirement home. So how many is independent and they're not in the system of a county? So this is the thing, I think, when we're doing this, we want to make sure the community, like, council member, Tapai say, outreach. We want to outreach all the people, they have a chance to survive and to get fair treatment to have vaccine. And without, we are calling county numerous times, and even call the press, I don't think we have a chance to do it. My understanding from the press, we are the first one for independent, and the facility, retirement home, to receive that vaccine for those 60, 70, residents. And you saw it, we went there, most of them are wheelchair. And I think it's not impossible for them to move around. But here, my question is over here, We have a 1 year of this pandemic since last year till now. Do we see any improvement of a county policy that can save our community? If we continue doing the same thing, repeat again, like Council Member Tabai said, what we learned from this pandemic? What we learned from this pandemic? We learned this pandemic is we cannot go into the outreach to make sure door to door who get the virus. So I think that's why we want to set it up is go to very personal service, go to make sure everybody get a swab. Somebody gets sick, we want to track the person he contact, who you contact. And everybody swab somebody if you get positive. That's why we're thinking about it's important for us to do it so we can stop this pandemic or future pandemic. So what is the plan? The two things. We are going to community outreach, make sure, everybody can somebody get positive, then we will checking about surrounding neighborhood and make sure the quarantine. That's how other countries doing successfully. Why we are not doing that? Because county is so big and they are not going to provide this kind of service. They only have a 4,000 employee and taking care of 10 million population. So this is just far, and we are so far away from them. So that is the problem that we losing life. And that is, I think it's avoidable if we doing the thing. So what is your policy? Two things. I think people care. how can we do better job? Otherwise, with no point we sitting over here, want to do something. We want to protect our community, okay, and with how the funding we have for our property tax, okay, or our funding that should be come to us. Now, county manager for us, but didn't come to us. Okay, so how can we set it up, okay, and safely, and second thing, and to do this thing, community outreach, to make sure our community is protected. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I was sharing with David last week. I think the perfect scenario is we set up a health department, right? And county health department willing to back us up and nurture us to grow into independently, because they are huge. They are 10, 11 million populations. They just not able to reach the local level. Just like the barber shop. The local resident trusts a barber. They cut their hair. They tell them you need to take your medicine. It's good for you. You won't have a stroke. You won't have a heart attack and so forth. So local level is very important, especially you have underserved area. You have the minority, the Latino, the black, that really need special target attentions. Here you build a mega vaccination site. Everybody from everywhere come here to get a shot. The local people never get a shot. They say statistically, they say it's very low. So LA County themselves are rethinking the whole process again, because whatever they plan is not working. So they're now going to probably go back to the community setting. I guess with the new vaccine coming out, the one-shot Johnson & Johnson, maybe that's possible, just a refrigerator that maybe help with the whole process. As long as you have your own health department in some type of organized form, you get recognition, you get certified, you get the funding, and you're able to set it accordingly.
And another question is, why we do the vaccine in that kind of refugee camp? Everybody have to drive through and this and that. Why now we just give to the doctor, clinic, just like a flu shot, have people just like other state. Other state doing the same thing. They just trust their doctor. Doctor know their patient. They know they are 65 years old or their teacher. So they can contact the patient and say, hey, I got a shot over here, vaccine over here. Please, okay, make an appointment with my staff. Why not doing this way much more safer? Because doctor know your situation, now know safe, you're pregnant or not, to give you the vaccine. Why we have to doing this way, okay, like centralized by the county, and then they have a fairness issue? Why not just go? What I'm saying is this: if we have our, okay, health department, we should trust, okay, and our physician have them to implement, okay, into their patient. I think this is a much more safe way, and much more efficient, and it costs almost much less than currently you hire a bunch of contract nurses, like big production. You see how many people they show up. I think 20 people show up. Okay, 25 people show up to service only 60 people. This investment is just no wonder they cannot make the budget right. So how can we do it efficiently based on how we have, and then make sure we can give to everybody? So would you please elaborate about this?
Oh, yeah. Because a lot of this service that we required, we can actually contract. You don't need a TB control officer. For example, we only have one hospital here that we're in charge of. You maybe just need a TB officer consultant on standby, basically. So you had to talk to the stakeholder. How often you see a TB patient come to the hospital? Because they need a clearance in order to discharge that patient. Without the public health department clearance, they cannot discharge that patient. So you can analyze. So all these stakeholders, schools, district, hospital, we have to talk to them. I mean, we are all together here. But if you are local, you can service and more personal. For example, I think, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, one of brewery was inspected by a health inspector, and the inspector was dancing in the floor, and there was taped in the TV. It looks terrible. Here you're closing them people down, and you're dancing in the hallway, and really totally unprofessional. I myself got upset too. I've been seeing how can you should be.
Can you answer my question regarding the budget and how we started? Okay, if we decide, okay, starting breaking away with county.
Okay, so you basically start with for example, if we can, and that's the next phase, we had to get the funding from the state. we have right now for sure, we know the licensing and permit. You can probably have about maybe 200,000-300,000 income on that section there. So then what you do is based on that income, you're going to hire some inspector, at least couple inspector, even so they don't have a full-time, they can be part-time. We only have, I look at your list there, you have about 300 or less restaurant or food service entity, and maybe even less because a lot of them are closed. So you don't really need a full-time inspector. And then you have some other hospital, then we have a contract with certain people that all this had to be in that initial budget to start out with and then grow from there. We don't expect we're going to have $15 million to, like Pasadena, to be able to run the health department. We're going to have to start small, but we're still going to have to make sure we have those. For example, the school district has certain funding. Okay, there's certain funding. We definitely need to talk to them how they get the funding. Is that not from the school budget? Is it for somewhere else? We need to immediately take action to make sure those money come back to the school. For example, hospital funding is totally different. So that really doesn't. So basically, the budget should be neutral, and yet we try to provide a lot of the service that we need to. But in small amount, you can have family planning once a week, and immunization. Most of the children immunization is funded by the state. The state actually send you all these vaccines. Those vaccines are very expensive. I stopped giving vaccine myself because.
So my last question there will be, okay, if we decide to do this, okay, you need to tell us, okay, the city council, how confident you are that we can do this, that you can help us to put this together.
Well, basically, our discussion is we have to work with the budget that we have. We have to hire the inspector, and hopefully we're able to get some of the health fund coming in. So if not, at least we have to rely on the licensing and permit fee to get the enforcement component. Some of this health education and all this, I really doesn't mind to donate my time and so forth. I do a lot of community health fair. I do a regional health fair in Pasadena. I take over the whole Pasadena Convention Center and run multi-language, 3,000 people with 200 volunteers come in. And another area that we can really tap into is really volunteer medical force. I myself is a LA County disaster search member. So in case there's any issue, I get a text from them. Are you available to come to certain area? We might need help, like the vaccination. They need help. So we might tap into a community because when you get community involved, you usually have better result. So whatever we do, we have to keep it in whatever budget we have. And some of this program that we have, I think we should be able to do it very minimally. And I can, for example, recruit some of the physicians. Maybe they can donate the palm, for example, infectious disease. I have a physician that is actually a Joint Commission hospital surveyor that he says she doesn't mind to come in to help. So, request for help. Request for, if you truly want to have it, then I'm here to try to help the city make it happen. Yeah.
I actually have 2 questions, and the city might probably assist in helping this. So the first question, in order to start our own health department, is it needed to terminate contract with LA County? That's my first question. Can you answer? So that is a requirement?
By March 1st. Well, technically by March 1st. But I guess the other day there's a meeting talking about whether it's contract or whether it's consent. So contract you have to by March 1st.
Madam Mayor, the contract you need to give notice by May 31st, 30 days before.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because I'm looking at the contract and it shows that we're only going to be terminating the health services, which on here the contract the performance of health officer and other employees of the county of all functions relating to the enforcement in the city of all ordinance thereof relating to public health and sanitation and the making of all inspection and the performance of all functions in connection therein with the cost. So I understand that there's inspection fees, which goes to county, but then I understand that the county health department is funded on our property tax, and though they do get 1% of property tax from city of West Covina, City of West Covina gives LA County approximately $31 million. So when we transition to our own health department, obviously I know Councilman Tabatabai mentioned about getting our tax money back. Because they have our property tax money, does that mean that they still will continue to providing us services? So we're just we're just terminating the contract of health services. Doesn't mean that all the services that county provides, because they still have our money, I mean, that's $31 million. If we terminate the contract, yeah, it won't stop. We still will have county services, so we can transition. I mean, that's my question pretty much. And I understand county was here to help us with that transition, so that won't have any burden on cost for us, correct? You both can answer.
Well, and that was reaffirmed both in his presentation tonight and in his letter by Dr. Davis, that it was his, and Mayor Pro Tem is holding the letter in his hand, it's their intention to continue to provide that whole array of services. In terms of the city getting that money back from the county to be entirely independent and to provide the full array of services with the property taxes that our residents are now paying, that would be a major thing. And it would require a tax transfer agreement. It could possibly require a referendum or state legislation. But I think what they gave us today was an indication that they want to be of assistance and that services would continue uninterrupted.
So we would still, if we do become our health department, we will be doing the inspections and everything, and all those fees will go to West Covina. And there was other questions that I had. So pretty much we don't have to be a full-blown operating health department. We can have a smaller health department to have that local control to be able to meet our community needs, correct?
That's correct. Mayor Lopez-Viado and Council, I would like for you to think of these as implementation steps. Assuming you give this direction tonight, take a vote and decide this issue, there's a lot of work that follows immediately. There's going to be research by the city attorney into ordinances, adoptions of the ordinances and codes. We have to pursue that property tax question via a tax transfer agreement or state legislation or some other means. We're going to need to immediately meet with the county regarding transition issues and work out a lot of the details that would be required. We're going to need to work, Dr. Basil and Robin, et cetera, on a reasonable structure, a reasonable staffing model, preparation of fee resolutions, preparation of an operating budget, which would be part of your annual municipal budget. So this doesn't end the work tonight, it really begins it, and it's an enormous task, but I think it would be a direction for us to begin down that road.
During the whole transition process, we're not spending upfront millions of dollars of costs.
Well, the only authority we would have to spend would be if you gave that authority as part of a budget. And that has not been prepared yet, nor considered by you, nor approved.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Tabatabai.
I'll stick with staff for now, and then I do have a couple more questions, Doctor. So, according to the state, there are requirements that we need to meet in order to function as a health department. Yes?
Yes, we listed those in your staff report. It was the same ones that the school district's attorney wrote in the letter that was sent over as well, items A through L.
Right.
So that's the essence of what the state statutes would require.
Yeah, so those are things that we have to meet in order to be considered a health department. Otherwise, we're not that, correct?
Well, all of those would have to be met. The way that they would be met, I'm sure, would be something we'd have to work through.
Okay, staff hours, because that is obviously a cost. Which departments? You already mentioned our finance, your office, HR, these are departments that, according to your presentations, are understaffed. We have a state audit report that talked about long-term planning that we still have not yet received, that staff is working on. And so we're now going to ask the staff to also then work on creating this health department. So as the city manager, how feasible do you see actually creating this public health department? That's my first question. I have a couple more.
If I could answer your specific question in a general way, I've been giving this a lot of thought. We are now just mere days, a couple of weeks away from, I'd say celebrating, but nobody's celebrating the 1-year anniversary of this pandemic. To this point, it's been permanent whitewater for your city and your city staff. You've ridden some of that roller coaster as we've progressed through the surges that followed after the Thanksgiving and Christmas and Super Bowl peaks. It was a wild time for us as we worked hard to just respond and maintain basic services through this. But I have to say this out loud. To this point, it seems like the epidemic's been calling the shots, not us. A couple of council members shared stories of one particular independent living facility that was able to get resources. I could share more. Fire chief and I, several weeks ago, engaged with the workers, the union members of one particular facility that I won't name publicly here. Were just quite justifiably upset about horrific conditions within one of those facilities. And we responded to it because it wasn't our job, but we had a need. And the response of government to this pandemic has been ponderously slow. And I think one common theme I hear throughout, I hear it from our businesses, from our residents, everywhere I go, is that all of these aspects of the response by government to the pandemic, be it a confusing array of health department orders, or COVID testing, or vaccinations, or patient transport, or an overwhelmed healthcare system, the common theme, please don't interrupt me. I want to answer. This is important to me. If I may have the floor, Mayor Viado, may I please finish? I'll wrap it up. I would like to finish.
The question.
I've got a couple more points I want to make.
It's in regards to the Department of Health.
I asked for the feasibility of the staff, how many hours. That was the question, city manager. I understand, and I can ask other questions that can get to those aspects, but trying to get some answers to how many hours in staffing. We didn't get a report on those things.
The feasibility of staff, I mean, he's also explaining how we're being affected. Regarding with the COVID, the staff that is being utilized currently during this COVID times, that also has a bearing. That we're not even considering that when county services is supposed to provide these things, yet our city is doing the resources and providing that.
We are voting today. We are voting today to
so
end
our city manager is
services.
allowed to continue to speak. Thank you.
I'll try to be brief. The number one common theme I hear from residents and businesses and people that are affected by the pandemic, and it's not just people that have great jobs and great health care, but it's people on the fringe, is they want us to get it together. And so that's why this is on your agenda tonight. From a city manager's perspective, from a municipal perspective, I think the county and the state government have failed to implement policies to effectively respond. It just hasn't been sufficient. And no doubt, given the enormity of the task, there's reasons why they haven't been able to. But there's such considerable unmet need in the community that I think it's certainly worth a look here. I haven't costed out the hours to answer the question in terms of how many staff times will be
Order,
needed,
please.
but I think it's just a pandemic response that's required given the enormity of the gravity of the situation.
Okay, so another question I had regarding the startup cost. So again, because we didn't get anything costed out by staff, in 2013, the city of Los Angeles did their long-term study about starting county or starting their own health department, separating from county. They identified that it would be a cost to them of $50 million a year, but that the startup cost, a 2-year startup cost, would be $330 million. The city of San Dimas, who put out their report on January 12th, also projected that their cost would run anywhere from $10 to $15 million, similar to ours, and they also suggested that it would cost them upwards of 6 times the annual cost to start up, which is anywhere from $60 to $90 million to start up. So again, you know, these other cities have started to provide numbers. Does the staff have any numbers for us that we can dispute what the city of Los Angeles, the city of San Dimas provided to their council? You know, obviously the city of San Dimas actually is piggybacking, and the city of West Covina is subsidizing the study for them. As they said, staff reached out to the city of West Covina per discussion by the city council regarding news that they were looking to create their own public health officer. It says here, this last one, staff also contacted the city of Laverne, Claremont, Glendora, and Pomona, who are all interested in the West Covina analysis. Staff plans to remain in discussion with the city of West Covina. It seems like we're going to do all the work for the surrounding cities. So again, the startup cost from the January 19th meeting to now, what has staff researched in terms of actual numbers of startup cost?
We haven't yet prepared budgets. Again, that would be one of the implementation steps. I would characterize these costs as a direct and reasonable response to the COVID pandemic and perhaps the price of leadership. The other cities are quite interested in what we're doing. You named several, and I could name several more, where their city managers have called me because they were very interested in what you might be doing with this issue. But I can promise you, our general fund budget being $67 million, I won't come in with any $90 million solutions because nobody's more aware of what our budget limitations are than me. So we're going to have to find something that's appropriate and reasonable in a startup budget that would enable us to get a function up and running appropriate to try to respond to some of these needs. I don't have a budget for you this evening. I know none of us are comfortable with ambiguity.
Right.
I know that.
This goes to the question, because we do have cities that have done the work and they've provided us with numbers. You know, so I guess I'm asking, considering the rules by the state, right? So the state has requirements that we must meet. And again, like I said, the city of Los Angeles is really the last major city to attempt this. And they did a long-term study, and they found that the startup costs were actually just too phenomenal.
May I ask, did that include buying real estate, or because that number makes absolutely no sense whatsoever?
Well, I would ask for numbers from our city. I wish I had other numbers to go by. I have what the city of San Dimas staff report The city of San Dimas staff report provided numbers. The city of
buying real estate?
The city of Los Angeles provided numbers. The city of San Dimas, and I guess let me ask the question to legal. So the city of San Dimas, when they did the presentation and why they were against, really they recommended not to break away, was the tax assessment, right? That the 1% goes to county. And again, they said, and here's the quote, according to our property and sales tax consultant, it is highly unlikely that if the city were to create its own health department, it would have an effect on the amount of property tax that is distributed to the county for services. Okay? If the city were to create our own department, it would have to be funded by the general fund and federal state grants. So to the city attorney, the obligation of the county to return money to us, are they obligated to return money to us?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I believe the city manager responded to that question earlier, and he would know better than me.
I've been involved in negotiating tax transfer agreements with the County of Los Angeles. It goes through the county fiscal officer. And I can tell you that is a daunting task to get them to voluntarily agree. So I'm sure it would be a political process. It might require a vote, a countywide vote, a referendum. It might require state legislation. It might require a multitude of solutions, a package of solutions. But I don't think it's in any way today a certainty. What we do know, and we know in writing, is that they've guaranteed for the money we're paying, they'll continue to provide the services they're now providing.
I think that's what other analyses omit, is the fear that they'll cease to provide those, which they won't.
Right. So this is the question for the attorney. So that letter we did receive from the county, which feels reassuring, is that a legal guarantee, or can they at a certain point, once they see what the city of West Covina has intended, can they say, all right, you know what, at this point we are going to stop rendering services? So
that letter is not, Madam Mayor, that letter is not a legal guarantee. It's a letter. But I would defer to Dr. Basil with regard to when they can stop and when they can not
okay,
any longer.
So just to be clear, that is not a legally binding.
It was a letter saying they want to reach out and work with us. It seemed that way.
So then, Dr. Basil, can you answer that question in regards to our money within county and services? Can LA County say we're not going to provide those services and transition?
No, I cannot answer that question either. So I think we have to do the research by the legal.
Okay, Councilman.
I listened to Councilmember Tabai regarding how much the research about LACT, but LACT doesn't need a health department. County health department is their health department. Okay, we basically based on what the number of LACT, because they are a big city. So why they need to provide another because they have all the service. And the reason we want to do it, on West Covina, because we just lack of service. We're very difficult in the San Gabriel Valley to receive any service, to our residents. And that's why we're doing here. If a county health department doing such a good job, we won't sit over here try to debate this, should we do this? We just let them run a good show. Take care of our residents, take care of our seniors, take care of our children, take care of our school, take care of our business. And if they're doing such a good job, we won't be 1 year later, we're still in the pandemic, and the LA County is still in the worst county in the whole United States. So it must be some policy that is wrong. We don't know what the future, or this pandemic, if we can open the school, if we can get the teachers, vaccinate, and then we open the school, can we guarantee we don't have outbreak again and we get shut down again? Can we guarantee we have another stream from South Africa and with the vaccine doesn't work, so we are going to shut down again? How many times we have to get shut down? So what we learn, okay, why we're doing this is why we try to proactive to see what we can do the local to reach all the home, all the people. As a person, we know everybody. We know, okay, all the retirement home. When they need help, we there for them right away because we know them, and then we can have a resource. Currently, we have no resource, okay, and that's why we're struggling and we're screaming and we try to get resource. And county is so big, okay, and they cannot reach all the area, especially our area. They concentrate focus is LA City. So the point is this: how we stop this pandemic, how we stop the future. Then we have to do this. And Rome doesn't build in one day. Rome doesn't build in like one day. We have to, in the infantile, from the beginning, in the small basic service. At least try to get resource, help the people in need. For people cannot get vaccine, for people cannot have a mobility, for people have an issue, let's reach out them. And another thing, let's have some community volunteer, okay, with our medical doctors, okay, leadership, go to outreach for the people, find out the people, they need a swab, they need service. And that's the only way we can stop this pandemic. But without doing that, I can guarantee with county, the history will repeat again. And I do not want to see my children continue doing this again and again. So that is a reason, okay, and we want to do this. And we want your help, okay, and starting building infantile, okay, and we will tell the county, we will tell them, we're very upset with you because San Gabriel Valley, we don't have a resource and we don't have enough of a say. We won't have a say. We want our taxpayer. We pay you, what, $10 million to health department. What we have. They maybe move our money to someplace else. So we don't mind they move our money someplace else, but at least give our what we needed, the proper treatment to our resident, to our senior, to our kid, to our community. That's why we're over here. So anyway, okay, I think this is something very important. I want to move the motion to approve, okay, send a letter to break away from LA County.
Well,
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor. Tonight, Madam Mayor, tonight on your staff report, you have two actions. Adopt a resolution terminating the health officer services. That's one motion. The second motion is to introduce and adopt by 4/5 vote of the council to terminate the health officer services as well. So you need two separate motions.
My question, though, before we continue on, so can we, because I understand that in order to create our own health department, we need to terminate. That's by law, correct? So can we, I mean, if we do proceed, are we able to terminate so that we can create our own Department of Health, but during that transition, a fine clause that, because obviously that we pay $31 million to LA County, that the transition, that they continue the services until we transition. So it's not 100%, you know, I know they said they're going to assist, but we want to make sure that we're still be able to work with each other as we transition through.
That's correct. That's what they've said to us, and I believe them. I also know that for an independent local health department to be recognized by the state would require a state certification, which is another subsequent process. So there would be several steps that have to be gone through before the city were completely driving this bicycle without training wheels.
No, and I understand that, you know, having our own health department could take about a year, 2 years in transition. But I just want to make sure that services are not being broken, and I just want to make sure that the transition is, you know, it's smooth. If I don't want to go by just the word with what the LA County is, if you do the termination letter, can that also be included on that?
I assume if we were to send a termination letter, we could repeat back to them the same language they gave us in the letter today. That's our complete understanding to this point.
But no guarantee.
They have our money.
But no, I understand. But legally, there's no guarantee.
Madam Mayor, we're still under contract with the county for services. So tonight you are terminating the health officer services to enforce quarantine orders, things of that nature. That requires a 4-month notice.
And that health services is only a portion of
Health officer services.
a health officer. It's
Exactly.
not the whole, what everybody was discussing of the whole component of the health department.
Correct.
It's just the health services of what we saw.
And you have to give 30 days notice to terminate the county services that we're in contact with them now. So they've reached out. One of the options was to reach out. Maybe we amend that contract so it fits West Covina. Seems like we have some options. Dave and I will discuss that, and when we serve this on the clerk of the board, we'll add that language in there as well.
I mean, obviously, I would like to see our city have our health department. I would like that it focuses on our community needs and that resources are given. I know at times we're begging. During the pandemic, when the residents and the businesses were having issues, we as a council wrote to the Board of Supervisors, which Board of Supervisors are the ones who direct county yes or no. And we were outvoted 3-2, to open outdoor dining, even though we stated our case, we had the data, we had the facts that we had a low COVID case. And I know most of the residents just went to another county, to another location where they had the outdoor dining. And I know that we've sent things, it's just, it goes to the Board of Supervisors, and they're the ones, who says yes or no. And so, let me see. I mean, that's what I would like to see, but if you have any other questions?
I did, or did you?
Well, it seems to me like this is, we're going to wean ourselves slowly from the county, and that may take years. So I would think that we would start off with the things that we want done, which is maybe the vaccines, and as far as getting income from our, the inspections and things like that for the income, and then work on trying to get our vaccines and testing, and we got to start slow, okay? It's to me, it seems like we're just gonna wean ourselves off of the county, but it's gonna take years, and we're not gonna have the school district abandoned. I think that it's gonna be a slow process. I mean, that's what I see. That's the way it sounds, and it sounds to me like they're gonna continue to take care of us, take care of the West Covina residents that are very concerned about losing any of their benefits, which I don't know what benefits they're receiving right now, but it seems like that's a big concern, and it seems like they're going to continue to help us.
I do see a consensus, even those who oppose the city going to county at this time. I know some would like to see it go through there. The consensus is that LA County, the service provides not the services of the caliber that everybody would like. I mean, we do see it throughout delay services. If you see our local nearby office, LA County Health Department, you could see the reviews and all the negative and frustration of what it occurs. Even the deliverance of certain things when they have their own private department health. The turnaround is quicker versus LA County, anywhere from 30, 60, 90 days. I know City of Vernon turnaround is only 14 days. But that's my only concern, is to make sure that with termination, that the transition, the support is there, and making sure that we can move forward.
So, Madam Mayor, I already have.
I actually have a.
Let me finish my motion.
No, I have a.
Discuss.
I have a
So
staff
we have
question.
the two motions I have to put, right? So individually or both together. So I'm going to move the first motion, okay, and should. Okay,
Madam Mayor, I just had one question regarding permitting and inspections. So, City Manager, according to our fire chief, over the last few years, we've had 25 locations that we identified as not being inspected through building inspections. So, as a city that runs its fire department and inspects its buildings, we have failed to meet that need. So, I guess my question is, how confident do you feel one, that we will be able to rectify what we already have not been doing. Two, how confident do you feel that we are going to be able to now, as a city health department, make sure that we do not fall victim to not conducting health inspections and opening up the city to litigation and liability?
I believe the city can make the inspections that it's required to make under these codes.
So I guess the question on fire. So we are rectifying the 20, or was the fire chief incorrect when he presented each council member approximately 2,500 locations were identified as not being inspected? So is that accurate from the fire chief?
Through the chair, I believe that is accurate.
So I guess what is providing you the confidence that we will be able to meet the needs of public health in terms of inspections when currently we aren't meeting the needs of building safety through our Fire Prevention Bureau?
We've done some initial work in terms of the inspections that would be required by a certified health inspector for restaurants and all those different kinds of occupancy that are covered under those codes. And we think we'll be able to bring in supplemental staff to begin an inspection program on a regular and routine basis for those kinds of occupancies and for the other pieces of the code that would need to be monitored, be it underground storage tanks or whatever those codes would require. It is going to mean we'll have to develop a staffing plan and model and a budget, and to have those expertise as part of those inspections that we're sending out, people that are qualified to do them. That's something we haven't put together yet, but that's a piece that we would owe you, and we'll return with that plan.
And I had a fee question. So, according to the state audit report, our fees, building fees, licensing fees, and things for many years was way below other cities. Basically, the residents of West Covina have been subsidizing small businesses and builders and developers. So, one of the we're going to be doing a fee study, right? My question, because we are thinking of the small businesses, those health department fees, which they spoke about, you communicated to me that it's possible that those fees would be above what the county currently charges, up to 2 times the fee rate that they currently pay in order to fund this health department.
The state law, through the chair, the state law would require that when we set fees by council resolution, that if we set them in line with the cost reasonably borne in the provision of the service. So we're not allowed to see them as a profit center or a money maker, but we are allowed to recover full costs, including the overhead, the third floor of City Hall, HR and legal and finance and all those things, IT. One of the pieces of the city's financial recovery plan is that we are committing as part of that plan, which will be submitted to the state auditor in June, that we'll do a fee study. The fee study is not only applying to these kind of fees, but also to the charges that are levied for assessment districts and other pieces. The RFP has been drafted. I'm not quite sure if it's been issued, but that's something that's part of the work program in response to the state audit and the financial recovery plan.
Any other questions?
Okay, so I'm going to continue, finally move my motion, please. Okay, and the first agenda, right? Okay, can you, Assistant City Clerk, can you read it? And
The motion made by Councilman Wu is for Resolution 2021-15.
I'll second.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
No.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Motion is approved 4-1.
Okay, and I want to move the motion for the second agenda. City Clerk, would you please read the agenda?
That would be urgency ordinance number 2476. Made a motion by Councilman Wu.
I'll second it.
Second.
Before I take roll, I'm going to read the title. Urgency ordinance number 2476. An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, terminating the Los Angeles County Health Officer services relating to orders and quarantine regulations prescribed by the State Department of Public Health, other regulations issued under the Health and Safety Code, and statutes relating to the public health. Councilmember Tabatabai?
No.
Aye.
Councilman Wu? Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Just make sure you put in the transitional print.
Motion is approved 4-1.
Any other? Oh, yeah, it's special. So I adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.